Chapter 2109. Kill him. We cannot let him take away the immortal Gu. That immortal Gu belongs to me, Dangui sect, don't even think about leaving. The pursuers were already very close. There were 2 tunnels in front of Feng Kim Hoang. Only one of them could allow him to escape, while the other led to Dangui sect's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Kim Hoang did not hesitate, she chose the left tunnel and charged in. With a swoosh, light shone in front of her. Feng Kim Hoang was slightly dazed. She found that her soul had returned to the outside world. And the dream realm from earlier had completely vanished. I've made it through this dream. As expected, that wild soul path immortal Gu was the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Kim Hoang had an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. With Dream Path Master attainment level, it will be of great help when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous Gu refinement secret room, Feng Kim Hoang had benefited from the disaster. She became a Dream Path Master. In the final scene of the dream realm earlier, it was the first time that Feng Kim Hoang had tried it. She did not know the correct path to escape. But at the crucial moment, her intuition as a Dream Path Master told her, she quickly chose the correct path. It is a pity that the intuition from Dream Path Master attainment cannot be controlled by me. It often appears and disappears. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this intuition will increase by several times. I will be able to comprehend other paths and use Dream Path Gu worms to form killer moves. I will be able to imitate the specialty of other paths. Feng Kim Hoang sighed inwardly. Becoming a Dream Path Master was already inconceivable to her. She had succeeded because of the danger of death. Feng Kim Hoang could clearly sense that all of her Dream Path understanding, knowledge, and accumulation had been used up. She had barely become a Dream Path Master. If she wanted to raise her attainment level, she would need to accumulate again. It would take a long time. Feng Kim Hoang tidied up and stood up, pushing open the cultivation secret room's door. After passing through the corridor, she came to the hall. Fairy Bai Ching had already prepared the meal. All sorts of delicacies filled the table. Seeing Feng Kim Hoang coming over, Fairy Bai Ching smiled. Huang have you finished today's cultivation? Judging from your expression, it seems that everything went smoothly. That's right, Mother. The Dream Path Master realm is indeed extraordinary. It is a great help to me in exploring the dream realm. Feng Kim Hoang sat at the dining table and talked about the last scene of the dream. If not for my intuition, I'm afraid my soul would have been seriously injured. Fairy Bai Ching's smile faded. Mother has already investigated, that matter is clear. The ones plotting against you should be Shu Hao and Li Junying. Li Junying had secretly become a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept it a secret to make it easier for her to deal with Gu materials. But in the end, Zhao Lianyun didn't harm you. Instead, he saved you. This otherworldly demon really made Mother look at him in a new light. No wonder she could obtain the position of fairy. She was not just a lucky person who obtained Love Gu's acknowledgement. Feng Kim Hoang had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room. Even now, her heart was still throbbing. Back then, she had no way to retaliate. She could only allow herself to be trampled on. Her life and death were in the hands of Zhao Lianyun. Even though Feng Kim Hoang survived after the incident, this experience had deeply touched her heart. Fairy Bai Ching continued, Huang I have already inspected your body. There are no hidden injuries. Did Zhao Lianyun really only save you and didn't ask for anything else? Feng Kim Hoang shook her head. Even though she didn't ask for anything, I have already guessed her plan. After all, the goal that she wanted to achieve was the most obvious. Mother, let's not talk about this, let's eat. After we finish eating, I still need to explore the dream realm. Fairy Bai Ching nodded. It's good that you know what to do. But it is not good for you to cultivate day and night. Cultivation also needs to be balanced. Mother. Feng Kim Hoang interrupted Fairy Bai Ching. I know about balanced, but I also know that I need to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect you, Mother, and not be protected by you all the time. Only when I become stronger can I fulfill Master's final wish and become a Dream Path Gu immortal. Only when I become stronger can I make Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to casually bully and plot against me. Only when I become stronger can I face father proudly and compete with him, telling him my true thought. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was dazed. Feng Kim Hoang's eyes seemed to be shining, the two rays of light shone into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing suppressed the worry in her heart and smiled. Huang since you have made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Mother will definitely support you. If you have any requests, Mother will help you with all my strength. Feng Kim Hoang immediately left his seat and went to Fairy Bai Qing, grabbing his mother's hands. I knew it, Mother loves Huang the most in the world. Mother, do you have a way to get Guts Gu? What I need the most now is Guts Gu. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang your request is making things difficult for Mother. It is not like you don't know, Guts Gu can only be produced on Dang Hun Mountain. And Dang Hun Mountain has long been controlled by that demon, Guo Fang Yuan. He has not sold Guts Gu for a long time. The remaining Guts Gu in the market were all sold by him in the past. Right now, these Guts Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, their market price is also rising. Feng Kim Hoang sighed. Oh Mother, you know that there are many methods to heal my soul, but they all have side effects and their effects are far inferior to Guts Gu. I must become a dream path immortal in the future. At that time, if there are too many Dao marks on my soul, it will greatly restrict my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Kim Hoang's hands. I can only do my best. Sigh, if your father was here. Feng Kim Hoang's expression changed, he said unhappily. Mother, don't mention him in front of me. All right, I won't mention him, Mother won't mention him. At the same time, Affection Peak. To think that the sect sent you to be a lobbyist. Affection Peak's lord, Zhao Lianyun, smiled as he looked at the person who came. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't blame me. I have a mission to complete, I can only brace myself and come as an uninvited guest. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then in Northern Plains, during the Battle of Snowy Mountain, if not for you protecting me, I would have lost my life long ago. Please come in, let me brew a pot of good tea for you. Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 GU cultivator, he cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He performed well in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this. They sent Bu Zhenzi to persuade Zhao Lianyun to stop. When Bu Zhenzi arrived, it was evening. After this tea party ended, the moon was already high in the sky. Fairy, please wait, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists, he had a joyful expression. The conversation this time was very smooth. Zhao Lianyun was much more understanding and easy to talk to than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Take care. Bu Zhenzi said sincerely, I have already learned about Fairy's situation and difficulties. I will go back and tell Grand Supreme Grand Elder now. Fairy, don't worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled, then I will have to trouble you. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left. Even when his figure disappeared into the clouds, she still stood at the peak of Affection Peak. Night winds blew, the fog around the peak was still thick, almost completely covering the moon in the night sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The moon in the night sky was only an immortal formation. Zhao Lianyun wore a white dress, the sash of her robe fluttered in the wind, her black hair was tied up like silk. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes were looking at the night sky. She was now the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a high status, even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to be polite to her. She had divine concealment, one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. She had love Gu, she could call the wind and summon the rain. As an otherworldly demon, it was not easy to achieve this. However, Zhao Lianyun was not happy at all. Now that I have become an immortal, you are not by my side. Sigh, immortals are inferior to mortals. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a foreign land to her, she could not find a place to rest her heart. Fate had once favored her, letting her get to know Ma Hongyun, giving her a place to rest her heart. However, fate showed a cruel side. She was separated from Ma Hongyun, she was sold publicly, she was bought by Feng Joga, she participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, but she could only watch as Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. She was used by Xu Hao and Li Junying as a chess piece. She knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways to obtain the position of fairy. She was given difficulties at Secret Inheritance Peak. The GU Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had a cold attitude towards her at that time. When she heard that Fangjing had passed the tribulation, she came to visit Fangjing and brought him a gift. She helped Fangjing practice his killer move, Blood Turns Cold. With Xu Hao and Li Junying's help, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew this GU Immortal couple's scheme. She had no choice but to agree to deal with Feng Kim Hoang. Not only did Feng Kim Hoang not die, she even saved him. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Xu Hao and Li Junying are using me. In turn, I can use their hatred towards Feng Zhouge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Zhouge, they will need to rely on me. And I can use their strength to cultivate faster. It is all thanks to my divine concealment that I can face Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Bu Zhenzi and I have a friendship. We can become allies based on mutual benefits. Fangjing has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. His previous investment is extremely profitable. And Feng Kim Hoang will remember my kindness. Maybe we can work together to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had snatched her Hu Immortal Blessed Land before. Zhao Lianyun planned with all her might. A network of forces was already vaguely forming around her. And she only had one goal, that was to take back Ma Hongyun's soul from Fang Yuan's hands and rescue her lover. Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The worry between her brows deepened. Fang Yuan was like the clouds that covered the sky, vast and majestic. Zhao Lianyun was insignificant compared to him. Her goal was like the moon in the night sky, shrouded and concealed by layers of clouds. She could not see it at all. She could not see the future. She could not find a way out. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Her thin body was like a weak white flower that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I must persevere. I cannot be discouraged. If even I fail, who else can save Hongyun? In this world, he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Chapter 21:10. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary small cave, the four obscenities of Zhengzhou State chose to take a temporary rest and reorganize. Eastern obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western scum Uba Guang, Southern frivolous Shabao, and Northern despotic Fan Chun Yao, they were all rank 4 cultivators. They were infamous in Central Continent's GU Master World. They had ruined the chastity and lives of countless girls. But at this moment, these 4 men were gathered in a circle, staring at an unconscious young man lying on the ground and studying him. Why is he not awake yet? These days, he has been sleeping. He has not eaten or drunk anything, but he is still full of life. Do you think he is an immortal? The 4 GU masters discussed. Their target was Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was just an ordinary shepherd boy. Fate was cruel to him. Fang Yuan's pursuit battle erupted. The aftermath of the battle caused the mountain he lived in to collapse and destroy. All of his relatives were gone. But for some reason, not only did Wang Xiao'er not die, he even fell into a strange situation. Think about it. The first time we saw him, the flowers and plants around him were blooming and withering. He might be one of the GU immortals who participated in the battle. In the end, he fell. The enemies thought he was dead, but to think that he used some method to preserve his life, but fell into a deep sleep. Uba Guang thought. These 4 GU masters were too weak. They did not receive the battle reports that the Celestial Court publicized in jewel yellow skies. But if you say he is an immortal, do immortals dress like this? Shabao pointed at Wang Xiao'er's clothes, showing a strange expression. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were tattered and full of patches. He was clearly one of those lowly commoners. He did not even have the qualifications to cultivate GU. Fan Chun Yarrow rubbed his chin. If we could soul search him, we would know the truth. But these days, we have used all our soul-searching methods. There is no effect. This is not something a GU master can do. Soul-searching methods, ever since spectral soul demon Venerable created Soul Path, had spread far and wide. Because this method was too convenient. Demonic GU masters who did not know how to soul-search were too embarrassed to call themselves demonic. The 4 GU masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a strange situation. they did not know what to do. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Xiao. Chen Yindao suddenly spoke, "Sigh, look at how motionless he is, how good would it be if he were a female immortal?" The other 3 looked at each other. Hee. In the next moment, they laughed in tacit understanding. After a moment of silence, Shabao suddenly clenched his teeth and said, "Forget it, we won't make any progress if we just keep watching. I'm going to do it." "What do you want to do?" Fan Chunyaro asked. Shabao sneered, "Do this." Before he finished speaking, he attacked, activating an offensive GU worm and shooting a red light at Wang Xiao. "You're crazy." The others were shocked. But very quickly, all of their attention was drawn to Wang Xiao's body. Silver lines lit up on Wang Xiao's body, and these silver lines easily blocked the red light. The red light quickly weakened and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shabao was dumbfounded, and the other 3 also had the same expression. Because they knew that this was Shabao's strongest offensive method, to think that Wang Xiao blocked it so easily. Just from his aura, this young man is clearly immortal. But he blocked Shabao's attack in his sleep. Even a rank 5 GU master would have to focus on defending. If he is not an immortal, what else can he be? This is not something a GU master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The 4 of them were horrified, and the cave instantly fell into a deathly silence. Wang Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his vision was still blurry, his mind was in a mess. He sat up on his upper body. Plop plop plop. The 4 GU masters knelt down, shouting, "Immortal, spare us." Wang Xiao jumped in fright. "Who are you? Where am I? Wait, who am I?" Wang Xiao hugged his head, showing a pained expression. The 4 demonic path GU masters looked at each other, the same thought appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, the immortal, lost his memories? Several days later. In the valley at night, a bonfire burned brightly. "Come, let's drink." Chen Yindao placed his hand on Wang Xiao's shoulder, giving him the wine that he had kept for many years. Wang Xiao's face was already red, he reeked of alcohol. He had just received the wine bowl when Shabao, who was at the side, was already smiling as he placed the fragrant meat skewers into Wang Xiao's hands. "Come, eat, little brother." Shabao's tone was so mushy that he wanted to vomit. This evil person had never been so nice to others before. Not only was Wang Xiao's face healthy, his clothes were also changed, they were made of high-quality materials. He drank and ate at the same time. "My 4 brothers, you are really good people. Not only did you save me, you are also so nice to me." "Don't say that." Chen Yindao patted Wang Xiao's shoulder. "It is fate that we met." At the same time, his heart was bleeding. "My wine, I have kept it for more than 10 years, I can't bear to drink it. We are both people who have fallen in love, this is nothing." Uba Guang returned, he had set up investigative GU worms in the surroundings, he had an honest and reliable smile on his face. "We rely on our family at home, we rely on our friends outside. As long as we help each other, I believe this world will become a better place." Seeing that the other 3 had expressed their stance, Fan Chunyaro did not want to fall behind. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao was an amnesiac GU immortal, they decided to treat him like a master. If in the future, this GU immortal Wang Xiao suddenly regained his memories and found out that they were treating him so well, he would not be able to do anything. Wang Xiao drank and ate. After he was full, the 4 arranged for him to sleep on the softest and most comfortable bed. He had truly lost his memories. Even though he did not lose his ability to speak, he could not recall his past life no matter how hard he tried. During this period, the 4 GU masters brought him back to the ruins, but they could not trigger his memories. At most, Wang Xiao recalled his name and told the 4 great obscenities. Wang Xiao felt that his life was blissful. But the other 4 GU masters were living in an abyss of suffering. These 4 demonic path GU masters, when had they ever served someone like this? They were ruthless and ruthless, they had always been unbridled, how could they endure such servility? Thus, a few days later, the 4 GU masters could not take it anymore. "Everyone, even though I want to know the method of immortal ascension from this immortal. But this life is unbearable. Yes, we have to be careful all day, It is too stifling. What I am afraid of now is, if this GU immortal really regains his memories, can he really repay us? If he is a righteous path GU immortal, he can ask around and find out about our past deeds. What will he do to us demonic path members? If he is a demonic path GU immortal, if he remembers the situation where we attacked him, won't he skin us alive? The four had worked together for many years, they had traveled together, their thoughts were very similar. The four discussed secretly and decided to get rid of Wang Xiao. These days were too painful. Not only was the reward endless, but it might even be his own death that awaited him. Then how can we get rid of Wang Xiao? We cannot be too direct. If he regains his memories, won't he find trouble with us? I have a good idea. Tell us, tell us. Our current location is here, Slaughter Soul Plain is nearby, we will enter this place and get rid of this problem. The next day, the four GU masters brought Wang Xiao deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a simple terrain, but its environment was very complex. This was part of Sorrowful Wind mountain range, it was originally a plain mountain range. But the aftermath of Fang Yuan's pursuit also affected this place. Back then, Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals witnessed the formation of Slaughter Soul Crater. Spectral Soul sent out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. The soul ball shot straight into the mountains. There was no sound. In an instant, the surrounding mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Because the crater was created by Spectral Soul's killer move, it was filled with soul path Dao marks. All the living beings that once lived here were annihilated, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others fused together, creating dense soul fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in this fog. Whether the surrounding living beings entered by accident or were attacked by soul beasts, they all died here. In short, the more living beings that died here, the more souls stayed here, the thicker the soul fog in Slaughter Soul Crater. The five carefully avoided the powerful soul beasts, entering the middle of Slaughter Soul Crater. Uba Guang used the excuse of scouting to leave, the other four did not move. Wang Xiao did not understand, he asked now, brothers, why are we here? To leave you here, of course. Of course, we will not do it openly, we will lure some soul beasts and pretend that we are not their match, in order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away. Chen Yin Dao smiled internally. Other than acting, the four great obscenities also had evil intentions. If this immortal died to the soul beasts, would he leave behind any inheritance? Those in the demonic path were usually very daring. The four great obscenities were among them. Chapter 21:11. Slaughter Soul Crater was still in the process of forming. As it clashed with the surroundings, many loopholes would appear. When it fully forms and reaches a balance with the surroundings, the creatures inside would replenish themselves, beast kings and beast groups would take over their territories and fill the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the roars of soul beasts could be heard. Chen Yin Dao found it strange, this Uba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon, they found something amiss. The one who lured the soul beasts here was not Uba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path GU Masters. These people passed through the thick fog and arrived before Chen Yin Dao and the rest. They were overjoyed at first, thinking that they had reinforcements, but their expressions soon changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the four great obscenities." Chen Yin Dao observed the situation and relaxed, he snickered as a cold light shined in his eyes. It seems that my luck has arrived. After an intense battle, Central Continent's four great obscenities won. Not only did they kill a few soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path GU Masters who survived. What a coincidence, the remaining five are all women. Look at this one, she is so pretty. And this one, she looks good too. I like this one, look at her small mouth and big eyes. The more the four demonic path GU Masters looked at them, the happier they became. As captives, the female GU Masters felt even more uneasy. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you succeed. I am a GU Master of Spirit Affinity House, you need to consider the consequences. Facing the threat of the female captives, the 4 great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Right, this is the tone, this is the gaze. Scream, scream. No one will come to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then, we even schemed against Heavenly Lotus Sect's fairy by Xia. Unfortunately, we were foiled by someone called Fangjing. We will settle the score with him sooner or later. The 4 great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they laughed lewdly. Brothers, what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang Xiao'er's voice came from behind. He had a confused expression. The other 9 were stunned. Chen Yin Dao frowned. The atmosphere just now was destroyed by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shi Bao walked towards Wang Xiao'er and grabbed his neck, bringing him to the female GU masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao'er, I will let you have a taste today. Now you know what is called the bliss of the world. The other 3 perverts looked at each other in dismay. They quickly communicated with each other through their eyes and nodded. Each and every one of them were extremely daring. They had spent many years being wanted by the righteous path, living a precarious life. Thus, they had developed a carefree and unbridled temperament. In any case, Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later. Moreover, it was quite fun to drag an immortal down with him. Just do it. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. So little brother doesn't really understand. But it doesn't matter, big brothers will teach you. Come on, this thing is fun. You can't bear to give it up after trying it once. Most of the beauty of life is here. Wang Xiao'er nodded with interest. What should I do? Shi Bao had a muscular body and an impatient personality. He took off his pants. Let's do this. The female GU masters gasped in shock. Some of them shut their eyes. Hee. Uba Guang had a tall body. He also took off his pants. Another wave of gasps. Fan Chun Yarrow was rather plump. He pouted as he took off his pants and pointed below. Look. The female captives gasped even louder. Shi Bao and Uba Guang stared with wide eyes. They showed unwillingness to admit defeat but also helplessness from the truth. Chen Yin Dao also took off his pants silently. The female GU master's gasps reached an unprecedented level. The other 3 perverts raised their thumbs as they said in unison, as expected of the boss, let me do it too. Wang Xiao'er was very excited as he took off his pants. Hey! The female captives were all shocked. The 4 great obscenities turned their gazes over. The surroundings fell into awkward silence. Shi Bao was the most direct. He walked towards Wang Xiao'er and patted his shoulder in sympathy. It's not your fault. It is your parents' fault. Fan Chun Yarrow consoled. It's fine, even though your foundation is not good, it proves that you have a lot of room for growth. I have many good GU worms here, I can help you. Uba Guang encouraged. Chen Yin Dao did not speak, he only thought to himself, this Wang Xiao'er's name is truly like his name. Come, I can't wait anymore. Shi Bao walked towards the female GU masters. No, don't come over. The female GU masters retreated, some had pale expressions while others were red. Together. Fan Chun Yarrow clapped his hands. But they seem unwilling, this is not good, right? Wang Xiao'er muttered. It's fine. Just follow me. Chen Yin Dao encouraged Wang Xiao'er. Right when the 5 were about to make a move, they heard a cold snort. In an instant, the 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er turned into statues. They did not move. The female captives were shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun appeared from the thick fog. She came here to deduce the battle strength of Fang Yuan and the rest from the traces left behind, but the result made her heart heavy. Just as she was about to return, she found that a female GU master from Spirit Affinity House was in danger. She made a move. Thus, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were defeated. After revealing his identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female GU masters. The female GU masters thanked him. The female GU master from Spirit Affinity House had a look of admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these 4 great obscenities have committed all sorts of evil deeds, they deserve to meet you. These people have committed great sins, it is not enough to kill them. Zhao Lianyun smiled, taking their lives like this is too easy on them. How can we uphold justice for those women who suffered earlier? I have a marvelous technique, so please wait and see. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves, the five could move again. Even though they were facing each other, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest, they were immersed in an illusion. Beauty, here I come. Shabao pounced on Fan Chun Yarrow. After Fan Chun Yarrow was pushed to the ground, she giggled, "Oh my, you are quite energetic." The five fought together, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female GU masters were dumbfounded, their faces were flushed red. Oh heavens! A young girl covered her eyes as she peeked through the gaps of her fingers. It hurts my eyes. Someone was tongue-tied. There is such a position. A mature female GU master memorized this information. All right. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves, follow me. These people will continue to do it until the soul beasts eat them or they die of exhaustion. The female GU masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's methods, they obediently followed Zhao Lianyun and left this place. What Zhao Lianyun didn't expect was that after half an incense stick's time, Wang Xiaoer's body suddenly lit up with silver threads. These silver lights shone on the surroundings, causing the five people who were fighting to wake up and regain their memories. There was complete silence. So unlucky, we actually provoked a female immortal. Fan Chun Yarrow was deeply shocked. This female immortal is too vicious, she is crueler than killing me. Uba Guang's eyes were filled with tears, he grabbed his hair as he screamed internally. I actually. Chen Yin Dao no longer had the demeanor of a leader, his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, he was already thinking of suicide. Shabao started to vomit. What's wrong with you guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Xiaoer's voice could be heard, he had a confused expression. Why did it suddenly stop? The four were stunned. They turned around and looked at the naked Wang Xiaoer, they were like statues. Wang Xiaoer scratched his head. Brothers, why are you looking at me like that? Oh right, those female GU masters were taken away. I thought we were going to play with them. Shabao stopped vomiting, the four looked at each other, there was complete silence again. After a long while, Chen Yin Dao spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Wang Xiaoer, you are really smart. We invited those women to be the audience. Didn't you see their expressions? Thinking about it carefully, they were all looking forward to it, very excited, very concerned, and very amazed. Helping these people and bringing them a joyful experience, isn't that what we men should do? As expected of boss. The other three perverts raised their thumbs in their minds. Wang Xiaoer clapped his hands as he realized, so that's it, brothers, you are all good people. Chen Yin Dao laughed loudly, of course. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, wiping them all away. Next, he emphasized to the other three, it's fine if we do a good deed, but don't spread it. Doing good deeds without leaving our names, that is the style of our generation. The other three nodded frantically. Of course, if this matter spread, it would be too embarrassing, how would they survive in the future? Wang Xiaoer asked again, brothers, are we still going to do it? The air froze again. Shabao cursed, do it my ass. Do it my ass. Everyone is gone, there is no one to watch. Uba Guang added weakly. Wang Xiaoer was scolded but he felt glad, he smiled innocently, it's great that we are not doing it. Brother Shabao is right, my butt is really hurting. The scene fell into silence again. Shabao punched the ground with his fists. Uba Guang lowered his head and bit his lips with his teeth, causing them to bleed. Fan Chun Yarrow punched his head with his fists, he looked like he wanted to knock himself out. Chen Yin Dao opened his eyes wide as he looked at Wang Xiaoer, his lips trembled. Wang Xiaoer looked at Chen Yin Dao and asked curiously, Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment, Wang Xiaoer realized, oh, I understand, your butt is hurting too, right? Pu. Chen Yin Dao spat out a mouthful of blood as he raised his head. Boss. The rest of the naked men hurriedly surrounded Chen Yin Dao and woke him up. Chapter 21:12. Several days later. Sunlight pierced through the darkness before dawn, shining down on the world. In a valley at the periphery of Sorrowful Wind mountain range, eastern obscenity Chen Yin Dao, western cheap Uba Guang, southern flirting Shabao, and northern squandering Fan Chun Yarrow had already woken up. They sat on a cold rock as they looked at the sky, their gazes were silent, their hearts were like dead ashes. Ever since that unbearable experience in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiaoer's group would lose control and engage in a chaotic battle. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time. When they woke up, they would find themselves in extreme pain again. Even though Wang Xiaoer had undone some of Zhao Lianyun's urging methods, there were still some lingering effects. This is a curse. The most vicious curse in the world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House, she looks so pure and weak. She is too vicious, she is too vicious. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, maybe these days are just my dreams. I will wake up from my nightmares one day, right? I'm a dignified man, yet I've actually done such an improper thing. I have let down heaven and earth, I have let down my parents, I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the surface, but they were screaming in their hearts, they were filled with grief and anger, they were filled with deep regret. Wang Xiaoer walked out of the Jiyu house at this moment. He had just woken up, he rubbed his eyes as he looked at the four people outside, asking in concern, "Brothers, why are you up so early? You are sitting naked outside, don't catch a cold." The four great obscenities' bodies shook intensely. They all turned to look at Wang Xiaoer, their expressions complicated. On one hand, they respected Wang Xiaoer. Because of Zhao Lianyun's method, if not for Wang Xiaoer, they would have died from exhaustion. They were certain of Wang Xiaoer's identity as an immortal now, only an immortal could undo an immortal's method. On the other hand, they hated Wang Xiaoer. Ever since they saved Wang Xiaoer, nothing good had happened to them. Not only did they gain nothing from Sorrowful Wind mountain range, they even suffered the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, the eldest Chen Yin Dao spoke dryly. "Brother Xiaoer, you are awake." "Yeah, last night's activity was too intense, so I slept very soundly." Wang Xiaoer laughed innocently, "And recently, I'm starting to understand what it's like to be happy. What my brothers have said before is very reasonable." The bodies of the four perverted men trembled once more. The four of them quickly looked at each other and noticed the fear in each other's eyes. Could it be that this immortal has always liked this kind of thing? What kind of trash have we saved? Maybe he can completely remove the curse on us. But he chose not to do so. This is worth pondering. Did he really lose his memory, or did he fake it? If I also like men, and as an immortal, I might also want to play in the human world. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. They wanted to stay far away from Wang Xiaoer, but they couldn't do that. Every time the curse flared up, he had to rely on Wang Xiaoer to dispel it. If the four of them left, they would all die in less than a night. Thus, the four of them had to calm Wang Xiaoer down so that he could dispel their fatal danger. What the hell is going on? Chen Yin Dao wanted to cry, but he forced a smile. "Xiaoer, this is nothing. We will share blessings and misfortunes together. We are all brothers." Saying so, Chen Yin Dao stared at the other three. The other three suppressed the disgust in their hearts and agreed. "That's right, this is brotherly love. That's why there's a saying about brotherly love. We were brought together by fate. As your elder brother, I naturally have to take care of you." Wang Xiaoer laughed heartily and nodded. "It is my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is definitely the greatest misfortune of my life." The four of them roared in their hearts. Wang Xiaoer said again, "Let's continue tonight. Don't remind me, you bastard." The four of them cried in their hearts. During the day, when Wang Xiaoer was not paying attention, the four of them conspired again. "We cannot let this continue. This kind of life is too depressing. Do you guys think Wang Xiaoer really lost his memories or is he faking it? We need to give it a try. Tonight, we will capture a few mortal women, no matter what, we need to let Wang Xiaoer know that we are normal. If he really lost his memories, we need to bring him back. If he is faking it, we will make him unable to do so." The four great obscenities were hysterical. These days were driving them crazy. This method was risky, but even if they angered immortal Wang Xiao, even if they died, the risk was worth it. At night, the 4 great obscenities captured more than 10 mortal women. The women were all stuffed into the Jiyu house. Wang Xiao was a little excited. Brothers, it has been hard on you, you managed to invite so many spectators. Little brother, today, I will teach you some things. Chen Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao's shoulder as he said with a serious expression. All right, I will definitely learn and experience it with my heart. Wang Xiao clenched his fists, his gaze was filled with excitement. However, reality was cruel. At the crucial moment of the event, the 4 great obscenities found out they could not take it anymore. Hurry up and toughen up. No, why is this happening? I actually have no feelings for women. Sob. Why is it that when I see men, I get more and more pleasing to the eye? The 4 wanted to struggle, but at the next moment, the curse activated. The female captives looked at the chaotic battle between the 5 in shock. Some were glad while others were disappointed. There were even some who wanted to join but were sent flying with a slap. This was a huge blow to the 4 great obscenities. Let's commit suicide, we can't live like this anymore. Life is worse than death, life is worse than death. Who can kill me? Come out now. The 4 were dejected and depressed, their souls were in a daze, they were listless. As if their wishes were fulfilled, not long after, Righteous Path Jiyu Masters came to capture them. I've finally found you. You dared to attack my Spirit Affinity House's disciples. Do you really think we can't take care of you? Qin Huan had a furious expression as she charged towards the 4 great obscenities. The 4 great obscenities were living a life worse than death. After leaving Sorrowful Wind mountain range, they did not care about their traces being exposed, they were not as cautious as they usually were. Zhao Lianyun heard that they were still alive and became interested. He immediately issued a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Huan was close to Feng Kim Hoang, but she did not know that this sect mission with rich rewards was issued by Zhao Lianyun. Moreover, the female Jiyu master of Spirit Affinity House who was trapped in Slaughter Soul Crater had a close relationship with her, so she accepted this mission. The 4 great obscenities usually shouted that they did not want to live, but at the moment of life and death, they burst out with an intense will to live. After half a month, the 2 sides had fought close to 10 times. Qin Huan had rank 5 cultivation, she kept chasing after the 5. The 4 great obscenities were famous demonic path Jiyu masters in Central Continent, but in essence, they were only demonic cultivators raised by the 10 great ancient sects. These demonic cultivators were very useful for tempering sect disciples. This was a method for the sects to use external forces to filter out the lower echelons of the sect. The 10 great ancient sects did not care about minor characters like the 4 great obscenities, they were allowed to run around and hide in Central Continent. But now, it was different. Zhao Lianyun, who was a Jiyu immortal, issued the mission personally. The pursuit was completely different from before. The 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao fought and escaped. They discussed with each other. We can't survive in Central Continent anymore. What do? We can only go to other places to make a living. Boss, you make the decision. Chen Yindao pondered. Northern Plains has a fierce nature, there are few resources, we can't go. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the Righteous Path is fighting with variant human races there, it is very dangerous. Western Desert has many deserts, the environment is bad. I think we should go to Southern Border. Alright, let's go to Southern Border. Southern Border. Deep underground. According to Lu Weiyin's investigation, it is here. I found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground, his eyes suddenly shined as he found his target. He saw that on both sides of this small earth trench, there was a patch of pink grassland. Every strand of grass was pink and swayed without any wind. Looking at these grass carefully, they were long and thin, they were soft like hair. This is the Earth Dream fetus hair. Meng Qiuzhen, come out. Fang Yuan opened the door of the sovereign immortal aperture slightly, letting out the pure dream clone. Meng Qiuzhen looked at it and praised. He immediately started to use dream path methods to take care of the Earth Dream fetus hair. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he had many Earth Path Immortal GU, he had the method to search for immortal materials underground, he also had control methods like Flying Earth. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. Dozens of generations of people in Paradise Earth had found many treasures under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some Dream Path Immortal materials. This Earth Dream Fetus hair was one of them. Dream Path GU materials and GU worms had already appeared in the world, for example, Fang Yuan's Dream Token, Bo Qing and Mo Yaro's Spring Dream Fruit Tree, and so on. It was like during Ren Zhu's era, there were Water Path GU worms and GU materials, but it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Central Continent's Shui Ni created Water Path and Spirit Affinity House. Dream Path was the same. Dream Path itself had not been officially created, but Dream Path-related GU materials and GU worms had already appeared sporadically in history. It was just that Dream Path was different from Water Path, it would have a huge explosion. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be flooded with dream realms. Because Dream Path GU materials were too easy to obtain, a vast number of GU cultivators used them, creating Dream Path rapidly. Countless Dream Path GU cultivators would also nurture Dream Path GU materials and refine Dream Path GU worms, pushing Dream Path to advance rapidly. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appeared, that would be the most glorious moment of Dream Path. Thus, Fang Yuan did not find it strange that some Dream Path Immortal materials were hidden. After Meng Qiuzhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus hair, he went back into Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan went to the next location, there were many 9-tune dream flowers growing there. And Meng Qiuzhen had a lot of work to do. On one hand, he needed to organize his Dream Path killer moves, on the other hand, he needed to arrange resources and manage his Immortal Aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path Immortal materials were collected, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Path methods would also be completed. By then, he would replace Fang Yuan's main body to explore dream realms. To be safe, Meng Qiuzhen first dealt with Spectral Soul's dream realm, then Paradise Earth's dream realm, to prevent Paradise Earth from causing any trouble. Even though the chances of this happening were low, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Chapter 21:13. Meng Qiuzhen was restrained by the GU worms, his eyes were shut as he was brought to a secret place. "All right, number 3, you can open your eyes now." A sharp voice could be heard. The GU worms suppressing Meng Qiuzhen had been taken away. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Qiuzhen was kneeling on the ground, there was only an old man standing in front of him. The old man's voice was sharp and piercing, his face was covered in paint, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. "This is the leader of Painted Face Men," Sly-Heart Old Man Meng Qiuzhen said, "to think that I could see a legendary person from 100,000 years ago in this dream." Indeed, Meng Qiuzhen was truly exploring the dream realm. This dream realm naturally came from Spectral Soul. The Sly-Heart Old Man in the dream cultivated Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. He was a legendary person from 100,000 years ago who existed between Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. He created a demonic path organization, called Painted Face Men. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect, it was a rare group in history that spanned across the 5 regions. The members of the organization all had paint of different colors on their faces to show their identity. Painted Face Men was an assassination organization. Killing GU master experts was a common thing. When they were at their peak, they even had GU immortal experts. As long as they paid the price, they could even kill immortals for their customers. Meng Qiuzhen had been in this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108 to number 3. "According to my intuition, if I can become the number 1 in the organization, I will be able to pass this dream realm." Meng Qiuzhen was certain, because his Dream Path Master intuition told him the answer. Sly-Heart Old Man took out 3 GU worms. "Number 3, it will not be easy to become number 2. There are 3 GU worms here, you can choose one. Every GU worm represents a part of the assessment." Meng Qiuzhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal GU. Almost all other paths GU worms could not be used freely in the dream realm, But Dream Path GU worms could. After Dream Butterfly Immortal GU was injected with Immortal Essence, it vanished into Meng Qiuzhan's Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhan first looked at the GU worm on the left. In the next moment, he saw the GU worm he had chosen twitching and foaming at the mouth. It died on the spot. Sly-Heart Old Man looked at his corpse and evaluated emotionlessly. What a pity. Number 3, you specialize in transformation path, but your wisdom path standard is too low. Choosing this path is your bad luck. Meng Qiuzhan retracted his gaze. The scene in front of him disappeared as he looked at the GU worm in the middle. In the next moment, he saw another scene. He had just picked up the GU worm in the middle when Sly-Heart Old Man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm struck Meng Qiuzhan's chest. Meng Qiuzhan was caught off guard, his ribs were completely shattered, his heart was destroyed, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Sly-Heart Old Man sneered, "So you are the traitor, you came for this GU worm, but you don't know that this is a trap I purposely set up. I spread the news in advance to trap those righteous path pawn." Meng Qiuzhan looked away. Evidently, the first 2 GU worms could not be chosen, but the third GU worm might not be the correct answer. Meng Qiuzhan wanted to continue looking, but Sly-Heart Old Man urged, "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Qiuzhan was already familiar with the darkness and cruelty of this painted face organization. They treated human lives like grass. He knew that if he dilly-dallied for even a moment, Sly-Heart Old Man would activate the GU worms in his body. He would be punished severely. He might even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Qiuzhan could not care about using Dream Butterfly Immortal GU anymore. He quickly chose the third GU worm. For an instant, Sly-Heart Old Man's expression seemed to show a complex expression. After a few breaths of silence, Sly-Heart Old Man nodded. "You chose the most suitable GU for you. It seems that your luck is quite good. Perhaps you will gain something there, and perhaps you will come back alive." Saying so, Sly-Heart Old Man took a few steps to the side, opening the door behind him. "Open this door and you will enter a tunnel. Go quickly, don't linger, otherwise, you will be digested by the tunnel. After you pass the tunnel, you will enter a place. Once there, fight with all your strength and survive. If you find a way to return and find me, you will be the number 1 person in the organization." "Yes, Lord." Meng Qiuzhan immediately stood up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was very special. It was circular in shape, the inner walls were made of flesh and blood, it was trembling and leaking acidic liquid. Meng Qiuzhan activated the defensive methods on his body. He immediately felt pressure. Like what Sly-Heart Old Man said, if he stayed here for too long, he would really be digested by the tunnel. He quickly passed through the long and strange flesh tunnel, arriving at a vast area. In the savage forest, beasts roared and strange birds screamed. Far away, 2 beastman tribes were fighting. Meng Qiuzhan looked behind him. The tunnel he used to get here had already disappeared, only an ordinary mountain wall was left behind. Meng Qiuzhan was shocked. Fang Yuan's main body gave him a complete historical record to make it easier for him to explore the dream realm. That tunnel is indeed the intestines of the gluttonous demon frog. This is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left his true inheritance, myriad beast fusion color heaven. Several days later, the dream realm dissipated. Meng Qiuzhan had an exhausted expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels have risen, not bad. Meng Qiuzhan was quite satisfied. Forget about transformation path attainment level. The crucial thing was his wisdom path attainment level. It needed to be raised. Especially when Fang Yuan knew about his own luck, as well as the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had likely revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally a vast land, but the place where Meng Qiuzhan was in was essentially a dream realm. Meng Qiuzhan had Dream Armor Immortal GU to protect him, as well as Dream Creation Immortal GU and Dream Butterfly Immortal GU as his methods. Especially Dream Butterfly Immortal GU, even though it was only an investigative GU, it was far more useful in exploring dream realms than Dream Armor and Dream Creation Immortal GU. Dream Path Master Attainment level gave him intuition. When intuition worked, Meng Qiuzhan would rely on it to quickly find the correct exploration method. When intuition did not work, Meng Qiuzhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to explore the path of the Dream Realm's evolution. He would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, quickly finding the most suitable method. Like earlier, when he used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to investigate in front of Slyheart Old Man, Meng Qiuzhen directly chose the most correct path. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely try them one by one. If he made a wrong choice, not only would his soul be injured, more importantly, it would waste his time to heal and he would have to explore the Dream Realm again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency in exploring Dream Realms was many times higher than Fang Yuan's main body. Southern Border. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er were finally forced into a desperate situation by Qin Huan. Behind them was the pit. "Don't come any closer, if you come any closer, we will jump down," Wang Xiao'er shouted in panic. Qin Huan smiled coldly, approaching them step by step. "Then jump, you will die if you jump down. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun Moon Pit, it is unfathomably deep, not to mention GU Masters, even GU Immortals cannot explore it. If you really jump down, you will lose for sure." The 4 great obscenities were injured, they gritted their teeth. "Qin Huan, we will remember you, you lunatic. We have already escaped to Southern Border, you actually chased us all the way here, what are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female GU Master, no matter what relationship you have with her, we did not touch her. Qin Huan, you accepted the sect's mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to explain yourself, right?" Chen Yindao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Huan's footsteps paused slightly. But in an instant, she understood that this was just a test from the other party. However, she had been tricked, and some of her secrets had been revealed. Qin Huan concealed her frustration, she placed her arms behind her back, looking at these defeated foes, she purposely said arrogantly, "You won't be able to explain yourself? Killing all of you is the best explanation I can give. But if you want to live, it is not impossible. Hand over all your GU worms and surrender, I will bring you back to Central Continent, you will have a chance of survival." Chen Yindao chuckled coldly, "We are very clear of the crimes we have committed. Lady Qin Huan's words have confirmed the conjecture in my heart." Qin Huan also smiled coldly, "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have hope?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yindao's face. "The truth is, we do have a trace of hope. Brother Wang Xiao'er, we will be relying on you this time." Saying so, he pushed Wang Xiao'er, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. Wang Xiao'er was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a GU master." Qin Huan was also confused, she had fought with the 4 great obscenities, she knew about Wang Xiao'er's mortal background. HMPH, acting mysterious, bluffing. Qin Huan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Huge air currents surged, creating intense air currents. Wang Xiao'er, Qin Huan, and the rest who were at the edge of the pit were caught off guard, they were blown into the air by the air currents before crashing down. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figures of the Southern Border GU Masters followed this chi wave and flew into the air. Kong Ri Tian, don't think you can escape. The Southern Border Demonic Path GU Immortal Kong Ri Tian was the first to land, he escaped without turning back as he cursed, "Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, you are not keeping your promise." Wu Ji chased after him, "Why would I keep my promise with a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the GU worms of Sheng Tian true inheritance." Next, Shong Xin Ci, Xiao Yang, Fake Master, Tai Ruo Nan, Yi Chong, and the rest also landed on the ground from the air. "Chase, don't let him escape. That is a GU immortal true inheritance." Everyone chased after him, creating a dust storm. Qin Huan, Wang Xiao'er, and the rest were stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ri Tian shouted at Qin Huan and the rest, "Those in front, whoever can help me escape, I will share the GU immortal true inheritance with you." Qin Huan and the rest heard this and their eyes shined. "You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan." Wu Ji was furious, she suddenly jumped into the air. She cupped her fists and raised them above her head, activating a mortal killer move. Boom! She landed on the ground and punched with both fists. The ground shook and rocks flew. An enormous force spread rapidly. Everyone could not dodge in time. They quickly defended. They were in chaos. Qin Huan and the rest were also affected. Their expressions changed. Chapter 21:14. Southern Border, Wu Clan's headquarters. Quick, 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 take out the White King head flower. Wu Clan's rank 6 GU immortal Wu Zhuzhu called with an anxious expression. She maintained the great formation in front of her, her mind focused. It was already a critical moment, yet she couldn't free herself from it. But fortunately, she had several rank 5 GU masters assisting her, and immediately followed Wu Zhenzhu's instructions. White King head flower was a rank 6 immortal material. It was directly thrown into the immortal formation. The Wu clan's immortal array was also famous in history. It was called the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. It was originally the possession of an Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal, but this Eastern Sea GU immortal came to Southern Border and challenged Wu clan's authority. He was killed by Wu clan in public. Death Sea Life Fishing Formation was a healing immortal formation, but its core immortal GU was only rank 7. That former Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal did indeed have a rank 8 immortal GU, but when he died, he destroyed the immortal GU. Wu clan spent 100 years before they finally managed to refine the corresponding immortal GU and construct the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Yitian Mountain. The reason why they could revive so easily was because Fate GU was destroyed, and also because of this Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. The formation gradually stopped operating and the light faded. Wu Ji woke up at the center of the formation with a pale face. Looks like I'm alive again. Wu Ji smiled and tried to sit up, but her body was so weak that she had to try 3 times before succeeding. Take it easy, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month. Wu Zhenzhu walked in front of Wu Ji and frowned. Wu Ji smiled nonchalantly. Don't we still have this formation? Even if I die, I can live. Wu Zhenzhu scoffed. Don't think of GU Immortal's methods as so high. Wu Ji, do you know that you were so close to dying just now? You came back to life because of the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. However, such a method would be less effective when used on the same person. You're playing with your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, so why don't you take care of yourself? If you continue to fool around like this, you'll die for real sooner or later. Wu Ji raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Sir, I have died once. Why should I be afraid of death? It's precisely because I've died that I cherish life even more. Wu Zhenzhu was so angry that she rolled her eyes. You call this cherishing life? Since you've already snatched the true inheritance from Kong Ri Tian, you should be able to answer to your family. Why do you still insist on pursuing us? Why did you have to fight to the death when you were surrounded by so many people? Wu Ji laughed. This is exactly how I cherish my life. After dying once, I re-examined my life. How should people live their lives? Everyone had their own answer. And this is my own answer. The length of life is secondary, the depth of life is the most important. Even though I am not a GU immortal, I know the situation of a GU immortal. Lady Pearl, tell me, why do GU masters want to become immortals by all means possible? After ascending to become an immortal, he would have to face so many calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't he be courting death? How many GU immortals died because of tribulations? Don't they know? Didn't they come one after another to obtain the meaning of life? In such a great era, if I don't move forward bravely, wouldn't I be letting down the life that the heavens have given me? Wouldn't I be letting down my chance at rebirth? I, Wu Ji, also want to become an immortal. I want to see more things and gain greater strength. This is the meaning of my life. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Wu Zhenzhu had a complex expression. She had high hopes for this junior, Wu Ji, so she came to persuade her. But Wu Zhenzhu found that not only did she fail to persuade Wu Ji, she was instead persuaded by Wu Ji. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything else. Wu Zhenzhu sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression. She bowed deeply. Lady Pearl, I will remember your care for me. Just as she said that, another GU immortal appeared. Ha ha ha. Wu Ji, I heard everything you said just now. As expected of the number 1 GU immortal seed of our Wu clan, you did not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Wu Zhonping, you are here for. Wu Zhenju asked. She had a guess in her heart. She was secretly happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhonping nodded at Wu Zhenju before looking at Wu Ji. I am the supreme elder of Wu clan's technique inheritance. Wu Ji, you have enough cultivation level and contributions. I am here to guide you on the path of GU immortals. Wu Ji breathed in deeply. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for it for a long time. Wu Zhonping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are an old member of Wu clan. You have been the clan leader for many years. You know many GU immortal secrets. Our Wu clan has many cultivation paths. We are most proficient in wind path. With this path, our Wu clan is at the top of southern borders GU immortal world. Our position is unshakable. You can choose other paths. Our Wu clan has almost all of them in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhonping heard Wu Ji's words and felt admiration towards this junior. He said more things. Wu Ji quickly said, please enlighten me, senior, I am listening. Wu Zhonping continued, rather than choosing a cultivation path, it is more like choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest wind path true inheritance. First Supreme Elder Wu Yong cultivates wind path. He has the strongest wind path true inheritance in Wu clan. However, there are many wind path cultivators. The competition is intense. I am not suggesting you to choose one. Right now, Wu clan has 2 new true inheritances. Even us GU immortals are jealous. But the path has already been decided. The price to pay to change it is huge. If it were a peaceful era, we might be able to do this. But now that the situation is unstable and chaotic, it is a great opportunity for juniors like you. Wu Zhenju heard this and agreed. She was also happy. This means that First Supreme Elder has really lifted the restrictions and taken out these 3 true inheritances to nurture Wu clan's descendants. That's right. Lord Wu Yong is a great strategist with great ambitions. Everyone in Wu clan is in awe of him. Wu Zhonping praised from the bottom of his heart. He said to Wu Ji, there are 3 true inheritances now. They are of extremely high rank. Even us GU immortals are jealous. I will say them out loud. Choose carefully. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. Corpse Emperor is not his main body. He is a southern border rank 8 GU immortal. His lifespan is near its end. He turned into a zombie. Corpse Emperor entered the demonic path. He was powerful and ruthless. Many super forces attacked him together. He was defeated and died in battle. His immortal zombie body eventually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain is hundreds of meters tall. It is covered in zombies. It produces transformation path zombie GU and chi path zombie chi GU. Back then, Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to buy it from Wu clan and make it their headquarters, but we rejected them. Now, it seems that our rejection was not wrong. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Let's not talk about them. The most important thing is that a true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. That is this Corpse Emperor true inheritance. This true inheritance is an enslavement path true inheritance. It is a rank 8 true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose this path, Wu clan will definitely nurture you. Enslavement path GU immortals who cultivate it often fight against many enemies. The weakness of enslavement path is that it requires too many cultivation resources, but the clan can bear this burden for you. The only flaw is that this true inheritance lacks immortal GU. Wu Ji thought about it before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style. Immortal GU are hard to refine. I am not skilled in GU refinement. It is very difficult to cultivate this true inheritance, even with the clan's help. I will not choose it. Alright, then the next one. Wu Zhonping continued. This true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance. It has an even greater origin. It is from spectral soul demon Venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance. Its most powerful move is to raise soul beasts into 7-7 Profound Soul Birds. Once a 7-7 Profound Soul Bird is successfully cultivated, it is almost immortal. Even if it is heavily injured, as long as one Profound Soul Bird survives, it can recover to its previous state in a short period of time. Even though this true inheritance lacks immortal GU, it is a different path to nurture soul beasts, it is easier to cultivate it. Wu Ji shook her head. Even though soul path is strong, I hate it. I cultivate my own body, raising soul beasts is like a nanny, it does not suit my nature. Wu Zhonping frowned slightly. Choosing a true inheritance is not child's play. Wu Ji, you should think about it before making a decision. Millimeter Wu Zhanju nodded in agreement. Be it Corpse Emperor true inheritance or 7-7 profound soul true inheritance, they are both rare things. Wu Ji, you need to cherish this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved. Thank you for your guidance. May I ask, what is the third true inheritance? Wu Zhonping said, the third true inheritance is the Shengtian true inheritance that you took back. The GU immortal who left behind this true inheritance is very famous in the history of GU masters. He is Kong Shengtian. Kong Shengtian has Qi Escape Immortal GU. This GU is extremely amazing. It was once ranked 4th on the mystical GU list. But in recent years, because of the number 1 demon in the world, Guiyue Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada was publicly recognized by the world, it rose to 3rd place on the mystical GU list, pushing Qi Escape GU down by 1 place. Speaking of Guiyue Fang Yuan, Wu Zhonping and Wu Zhanju had complex expressions. Wu Ji acutely noticed that these two GU immortals' breathing was slightly chaotic. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu clan, even someone as brilliant as Wu Yong lost to him. But Wu clan no longer had the qualifications to take revenge on Fang Yuan. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, as well as the recent variant human chaos in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan was the number 1 demonic path person, nobody could shake his position. Not wanting to think about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhonping quickly returned to the topic. Kong Shengtian is a Qi Path GU immortal, he is most skilled in movement methods. The Qi Path movement killer move that he created is called Kong Shengtian, it is extremely powerful. If you cultivate this true inheritance, you will be able to move freely and dominate the world, you will have the initiative. Chapter 21:15. Wu Ji's expression sank. If Kong Ri Tian did not have Kong Shengtian's bloodline, I would not have lost this battle. Wu Zhonping shook his head, he did not lose either. Kong Ri Tian has an immortal GU but he is just a mortal, even though he escaped, so what? He cannot escape for long, many righteous path GU immortals have already made their move. If my Wu clan's GU immortals obtain it, this true inheritance would have higher value, it would be more suitable for you, Wu Ji. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These 3 true inheritances, one is enslavement path, one is soul path, and one is Qi path, they are all excellent methods. Unfortunately, they are not suitable for me, I will continue to cultivate my strength path. Wu Zhonping frowned deeply. Wu Zhanju also urged, Wu Ji, I know you obtained a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance was of low grade, the original owner was only a rank 6 GU immortal. It can't be compared to the 3 great inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji's expression did not change, Wu Zhanju continued, most importantly, strength path has been declining for a long time, it cannot compare to enslavement path and soul path. Even though Qi path was declining in the past, with the 5 regions merging and the Qi tide surging, Qi path is starting to regain its former glory. Choosing Qi path is definitely wiser than choosing strength path. But Wu Ji still shook her head, I will choose strength path. Choosing someone else's true inheritance will save me a lot of effort, but if there is a strength path true inheritance, I will definitely choose it. I will definitely choose strength path in this life. Without anyone's foundation, I will create it myself. Wu Zhonping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a GU immortal yet, you do not know the difficulties of GU immortals. The benefits brought to you by these 3 inheritances are indescribable in a short time, and you won't be able to experience them. Listen to my advice, choose one of these 3. In the long future of your GU immortal cultivation, you will always be grateful for your decision today. Wu Ji's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, she bowed deeply to the 2 immortals. Immortals, I am deeply grateful for your care and guidance, I will remember it. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this, I will not change it. Even if I die in battle, I am willing to do so. Yu Sai, Wu Zhenzhu and Wu Zhonping shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wu Ji for wasting such a great opportunity. True Dream Immortal Aperture. The sky here was filled with constantly changing pink rays of light. At the center of the immortal aperture, a vast pink grassland had already formed. It was made up of several pieces of earthly dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan's main body had dug out from the southern border. There was also a smaller sea of flowers at the northern end of the immortal aperture. The flowers here were all 9-melody dream flowers. This kind of flower only had one petal, but it spiraled around the stem, forming a 9-layer spiral shape. It was very strange. At the southeastern part of the immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen specially created a lake. However, the lake water was somewhat sparse, and there was still a distance of several hundred feet from the shore. The entire lake was like a huge bowl, and there was a small water stain at the bottom of the bowl. This lake water was pure dream saliva water, and there was a strange fish living in the lake water. It looked like a tongue and was bright red. It was extremely agile, and it was called the tongue little dream fish. Finally, at the northern end of the immortal aperture, there was a desolate bone land. Hundreds of huge bones were mostly buried on the ground, but some were exposed. These bones were also Dream Path GU materials. They were gathered from several Dream Path ancient desolate beast corpses. Meng Qiuzhen placed them here and set up a GU formation to form this bone dream sand field. The sand field used the marrow of the bones to nourish the soil, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earthly dream fetus hair, 9-melody dream flowers, dream saliva water, tongue little dream fish, and dream sand. These were all the Dream Path GU materials that Fang Yuan had gathered earlier. At the current stage, Dream Path GU materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had searched the entire underground of southern border to gather this much. But in True Dream Immortal Aperture, these GU materials will definitely be developed greatly. Soon, there will be an endless supply of immortal level GU materials. Meng Qiuzhen was very confident about this. Even though the original locations of these Dream Path GU materials had Dream Path Dao marks, they were suppressed by the surrounding Dao marks, mainly Earth Path Dao marks. It was not easy for them to develop, their living space was like a crack in a rock. But now, they were all moved into True Dream Immortal Aperture. It was like a dragon entering the pugilistic world, a tiger entering the deep mountains, or a fish swimming in the vast ocean. In such a relaxed environment that mainly consisted of Dream Path Dao marks, these Dream Path GU materials would develop well. Don't forget Fang Yuan's rebirth. He had excellent nurturing methods, and the difference in the flow of time between True Dream Immortal Aperture and the outside world. This way, Dream Path is finally on the right track. As long as I develop it step by step, there will definitely be great results in the future. Fang Yuan evaluated. His investment in Dream Path ended here. In terms of Dream Path Mortal GU recipes, experience in exploring dream realms, and so on, Fang Yuan had the 500 years of experience in his previous life. He still had the upper hand. In terms of Dream Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan had 4 Immortal GU. He was extremely wealthy. He was definitely number 1 in his era. In terms of Dream Path attainment level, Fang Yuan was a Dream Path master. Some people might be able to match him in this aspect, but at least, Fang Yuan was still at the forefront. And in terms of Dream Path Immortal GU recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan's results were definitely at the top. He had 2 Dream Path Immortal GU recipes. They were absolutely correct and excellent. And in terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan had the absolute advantage. Feng Kim Hoang was still immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a GU immortal, she was not a pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of Dream Path. Such results had already surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, as long as he maintained a leading position in Dream Path, it was acceptable. Now was not the time for Dream Path to truly rise. Take True Dream Immortal Aperture for example. It was the number 1 place in the world that produced Dream Path GU materials, but it could only produce rank 6 Dream Path Immortal materials, and these immortal materials were pitifully few in number. Without Dream Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not advance his dream path immortal GU. In fact, even if he had rank 8 immortal GU dream token and used killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long and Spectral Soul. In peak battles, dream path methods could only be used as a trump card. They could at most make the enemy wary. If Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave, he might have to face the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the Door of Life and Death. Against such existences, dream path methods that were still in the early stages could not be his main trump card. Actually, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and Spectral Souls split souls, I can create dream path GU immortals in batches. But too many dream path immortal apertures are useless. The biggest gains are still the heaven and earth resonance, the dream path immortal GU recipes and so on. Even if I make use of the immortal ascension tribulation to refine immortal GU, it will not be easy. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by providence, their power could be large or small. When the power was large, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After the GU immortal passes the tribulation, the remaining heaven and earth chi could be used to refine immortal GU. But if providence could reduce the power of calamities and tribulations, without heaven and earth chi, it would be impossible to refine dream path immortal GU. If providence did this, Fang Yuan's gains would be very low. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was very high, a lot of dream realms were needed. But providence did the opposite and changed the content of the dream path calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan would be in even more danger. After all, providence already knew about Fang Yuan's foundation in dream path. Thus, cultivating for a period of time and using true dream immortal aperture to isolate providence, developing rapidly and refining other dream path immortal GU before undergoing tribulation was the safest method. If he continued to invest in dream path, the gains would not be high. If Fang Yuan continued to invest, on one hand, he would be suppressed by providence, on the other hand, he would be a pioneer. It would be very difficult and unrewarding. It would be better to wait for dream path to flourish and have dream realms everywhere. Fang Yuan could take advantage of it and save time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had. In the hands of others, the greatest value of these dream realms was that they could be the first in this era. Be it Western Deserts Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Kim Hoang, or Northern Plains Lady Poison Scorpion, they were all the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was to increase his attainment levels, allowing him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiu Zhen was indeed a dream path clone that Fang Yuan created. His efficiency in exploring dream realms far surpassed Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose rapidly, he had great gains. At the same time, he continued to annex the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks and 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had a long history. If Fang Yuan annexed one, he would be taking the countless years of hard work of others and turning them into his own. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the number 1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly, while annexing immortal apertures, he also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun Immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other 2 clouds. Chapter 21:16. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains in southern border. If it was in southern border, eastern sea, or northern plains, it might be even more famous. However, southern border had many mountains, it had the highest number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain was not outstanding, it gave people a feeling of mediocrity. This place produced rotten mud, it was a common GU material that contained poison path and earth path Dao marks, it was extremely common and had a very low market price. During the rainy season, Rotten Mud Mountain would form a temporary swamp, the rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud, the latter was a widely used GU refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with ice and snow Dao marks and turn into frozen rotten mud. It was also a very common resource. Because it was very fertile, it was mixed in the soil and could be used to grow wheat seedlings, vegetables, and fruits. As a result, many southern border villages used it. Furthermore, frozen rotten mud was the food of the smelly fat worm. Thus, Rotten Mud Mountain also produced the smelly fat worm. The smelly fat worm was a rank 1 poison path GU worm. It looked like black boar GU and was often used by unscrupulous merchants to impersonate black boar GU in GU master markets. In terms of name, smelly fart GU was also similar to the smelly fat worm, it was also a rank 1 poison path GU worm. Similar to the smelly fat worm, smelly fart GU was also very large in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living off the mountain and living off the river, there were several villages that relied on Rotten Mud Mountain to survive. These villages were scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain, even though they competed with each other, they mostly cooperated. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could produce immortal materials, there were even poison path desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in the mountain. These villages did not have GU immortals, they were at most rank 5 GU masters, they did not dare to set up camp on the mountain. Rumble, at this point, the people in the stronghold all heard the thunder-like sound, and they were all bewildered. What happened on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous, it is not something we GU masters can estimate. Then, they heard someone shouting again. Kong Ri Tien, you can't escape. I know you are hiding here, you can hide for now, but can you hide forever? If you obediently come out now and hand over your GU worms, I can still spare your life. But if you miss this opportunity, when I search the entire mountain and drag you out, you'll wish you were dead. Wu Clan's GU immortals roared, their voices spread in all directions. The people in the villages at the edge of the mountain were in an uproar. It's an immortal. An immortal has appeared. My God. I know Kong Ri Tien, this devil. He specializes in harming innocent girls. Immortals actually came to find him. His dead meat. Did Kong Ri Tien obtain the immortal GU and let the immortals snatch it? Bah. This isn't robbery, this is immortals upholding justice. Do you think we'll be able to see immortals if we go there? Can I obtain the method to become an immortal? The fated battle made everyone in the world aware of the existence of immortals. Before this, due to the isolation of the environment and other reasons, many people thought that immortals were just a legend. Bitter. Kong Ri Tien was covered in injuries. He hid in a muddy hole and his face was filled with despair. Sigh, Wu Clan's immortals are too domineering. I am a burden to all of you. Kong Ri Tien looked at Wang Xiao'er and the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, feeling very guilty. Back then, when they came out of the pit, the situation was very chaotic. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent wanted Kong Ri Tien's immortal inheritance, but they were chased down by him. Kong Ri Tien knew what the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were thinking, he used the contents of the inheritance to tempt them. As a result, he joined hands with the 4 great obscenities and managed to escape. After all, Sheng Tian's inheritance only had some clues, it did not attract the attention of GU immortals. Kong Ri Tien's opponents were rank 5 experts like Wu Ji and Shong Xin Ci. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent had great strength, and because Kong Ri Tien was a famous demonic path expert in southern border, they managed to escape after working together. However, good times did not last long, because Kong Sheng Tian's inheritance was exposed, all the super clans paid attention to it and sent GU immortals. Kong Ri Tien and the rest were immediately put in a perilous situation. They hid in all directions and finally managed to hide in the rotting mud mountain. But now, they were forced into a corner by Wu Clan's GU immortals. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Brother Kong, don't say any more, this is fate. Speaking of which, dying at the hands of an immortal is a form of glory. The four great obscenities of Central Continent chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At the moment of life and death, they showed some heroic spirit. Alright, don't yell like that. Who told you that you are going to die? Suddenly, a will appeared on Kong Ri Tian's body. Seeing this will, the four great obscenities of Central Continent showed complex expressions. This will was Kong Sheng Tian's will. Other than his will, immortal GU and immortal essence were also left in Sheng Tian's inheritance. This way, Kong Ri Tian had GU immortal methods. This was also the reason why the four great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tian and snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle to this place under the pursuit of GU immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Sheng Tian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Was his injury completely healed? From what you said, we can still be saved. Kong Ri Tian's eyes shined with bright light as he asked. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed, I am not injured, but using GU immortal methods expended too much of my will. Thus, I had no choice but to sleep and use GU worms to replenish my will. As for whether we can be saved, that is a given. Why did I tell you to come here before I went into hibernation? Using this place, we can escape from these pursuers. Saying this, Kong Sheng Tian took action, using his GU immortal methods. Everyone was astonished to see that a long passageway had silently opened up in this muddy cave. Everyone entered the tunnel and went deeper underground, arriving at an underground hall. Kong Sheng Providence's will revisited this place. He sighed deeply. Back then, my main body spent 100 years of hard work. He searched through all sorts of clues. He found this Hu land after much difficulty. Unfortunately, back then, my main body was already old and did not have much time left. I had to make some arrangements before leaving. Hu land? Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu? Everyone was surprised, but they had heard of it before. The legends of Renzu was simply too widespread. Kong Sheng Providence's will smiled proudly. That's right. Hu land is as famous as Shi land. It is one of the top Qi path secluded domains. Little Ri Tian, you know that my main body's specialty is to use Qi currents to shoot out of my pores and move around. Hu land and Shi land are opposite each other. They complement my killer move perfectly. They are a perfect match. Using it, we can definitely escape from our pursuers. That is great. Everyone was overjoyed. Even though they were not afraid of death, it was best if they could stay alive. Kong Sheng Providence's will sighed as he said, It is a pity, little Ri Tian, you are not a GU immortal yet. You cannot take this secluded domain of heaven and earth away. Once I use my killer move, I can make all of you scatter like shooting stars. Your speed is extremely fast. Nobody can catch up to you. But Hu land can only be left for the GU immortals outside. Kong Ri Tian was very open-minded. Ancestor, it is good enough that we can stay alive. The secluded domain of heaven and earth cannot be taken away. Let Wu Clan take care of it. One day, I will take it back. I will make Wu Ji, Shong Xin Ci, and the rest suffer in my hand. Kong Ri Tian said this with a ruthless gaze. He revealed the lawlessness and evil aura of a demonic path member. Kong Sheng Providence's will laughed loudly. Good, this is the spirit of a true descendant of mine. Kong Sheng Tian was also in the demonic path in the past. He admired juniors like Kong Ri Tian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ri Tian was a sinner, he did not lack ability or temperament. Otherwise, he could not have survived in southern border for so long, and even made a name for himself as a demonic path expert. Chen Yin Dao spoke, Lord Gu Immortal, I have a brotherly relationship with these people. I want to travel together. But from your words, it seems like we are going to split up. Kong Sheng Providence's will nodded. That's right. If my main body was still here, I could use Hu land to let all of you fly away together and stay together. But I am only a will now. I can barely borrow Hu land's power, be it direction or location. I cannot control them. Or maybe you can stay here and hide somewhere else. When I leave with little Ri Tian, that southern border Gu immortal might chase after us. Chen Yin Dao and the others were troubled. If they could fly away, they had to. The risk of staying here was too high. Central Continent's 10 great obscenities had experience of escaping. They knew that in this situation, staying here was suicide. But it was not hard to fly away. They had to stay with Wang Xiao. If they were not together, the curse would activate. Brother Kong, let's talk somewhere else. Thinking of this, Chen Yin Dao sighed deeply. He decided to be honest. Kong Ri Tian felt strange. Even though he was working with the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, he was still vigilant. Now that his ancestors' will had awakened, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities using any sinister methods. Kong Ri Tian and Chen Yin Dao went to a corner as they conversed. So that's it. Kong Ri Tian said in shock. What else did you think? Chen Yin Dao said helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked his eyes. I thought Central Continent liked this. Speaking of which, when I saw it for the first time, I was shocked to think that you have such strong taste. In the air, their conversation could be heard. Chapter 21:17. The other 3 obscenities had unsightly expressions. Kong Ri Tian was not only in the demonic path, he was also like them. They were in the same profession. To think that he would confess to them today. This was a huge humiliation to southern border. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, they felt even more pained. The 4 great obscenities were already in great pain, but Wang Xiao was enjoying it. Because of his identity as a mysterious immortal, the 4 great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the 3 obscenities could only reply, Boss must have his reasons for not saying anything. Xiao, we need to believe in Boss. Boss is definitely thinking for us, he just does not want us to worry, or is there another reason? It is not a problem. Wang Xiao was a little embarrassed. I was wrong. Brothers, please don't blame me, I was just curious. After understanding the situation, Kong Ri Tian returned to ancestor Kong Sheng Tian's will and told him everything. After Kong Sheng Tian's will heard it, he showed a strange expression. Let me try. Kong Sheng Providence's will did not make any promises. Immortal, please do as much as you want. Chen Yin Dao and the rest quickly said. They were filled with gratitude. Kong Sheng Providence's will was not in a hurry to treat them. He used a method to inspect these people's qi. After taking a look, Kong Sheng Providence's will had an idea. These people's qi far surpasses ordinary people. They are not weak. Especially that Wang Xiao. Is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Sheng Providence's will decided to save them. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were only mortals. Whether or not they were worth investing in depended on their qi. Kong Sheng Tian was a demonic path Gu immortal. He paid attention to benefits. Using Hu Land to let everyone escape, it did not need to expend much immortal essence. But to cure the 4 great obscenities, the cost would be high. Especially the immortal essence that Kong Sheng Tian left behind, they would be gone with each use. Next, Kong Sheng Tian started to investigate. After a while, Kong Sheng Providence's will showed a solemn expression. He shook his head. I cannot cure your injuries. Kong Ri Tian was surprised. Ancestor, you can't even deal with them? Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed. This old man can heal most injuries in this world. But the immortal method on them was extraordinary. It was the work of the legendary Love Gu. Love Gu belonged to Spirit Affinity House. It seemed that the one who took action was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You guys are really lucky to even be able to meet a spiritual affinity fairy. The 4 great obscenities' faces instantly turned pale. Wang Xiao was confused. Could it be that the 4 of you have a huge hidden danger? He became anxious and said, My 4 brothers have kept it a secret from me. Didn't we agree to share fortune and misfortune together? What kind of trouble do my 4 brothers have? Although I can't do it, I'll do my best to help you. As Wang Xiao spoke, he became anxious and a little angry. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent looked at Wang Xiao and felt their livers hurt. No, to be more precise, he felt a faint pain in his butt again. Was it the fortune or misfortune of the 4 great obscenities to have met such a person? It was indeed fortunate. Without Wang Xiao, they would not have lived until now. But why did the four great obscenities wish that they had never met Wang Xiao? This is fate. Chen Yin Dao sighed bitterly. Since the immortal cannot cure us, we might as well wait for death here. Kong Sheng Tian's will laughed and waved his hand. This old man may not be able to cure you, but I have ways to treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. This old man can take action and temporarily suppress the illness in your bodies. I won't let it happen again for a period of time. That works. The four great obscenities were excited. They expressed their gratitude. Wang Xiao was also excited. Kong Sheng Providence said solemnly, according to my judgment, your fate is not in southern border, it is in central continent. Ah! The four great obscenities looked at each other. Weren't they chased out of central continent? But from Kong Sheng's words, they were going back to central continent. Kong Sheng Providence snorted coldly. That is all I have to say, it is up to you whether you believe me or not. Let's go. The fact that he could talk so much with these mortals was already because of Kong Ri Tian, the successor of his sect. As for Wang Xiao, Kong Sheng Providence did not want to investigate. If his main body was still around, he might have attacked. But now, who knew what Wang Xiao was? Did he really lose his memories, or was he pretending? Even if he had really lost his memory, it seemed like he must have some sort of defensive measure. Kong Ri Tian had not become a GU immortal yet, he was being chased by Southern Border's Righteous Path GU immortals. Kong Sheng Providence was confused for a moment. He did not intend to touch Wang Xiao. Let's go. Kong Sheng Tian spoke as he activated his killer move, Hu Land. Normally speaking, when GU immortals use killer moves, they would release a strong aura that would make others wary. But Kong Sheng Tian's method could conceal his aura perfectly. This method was very rare. In the current 5 regions, only Wu Yong could do this. From this, one could deduce that Kong Sheng Tian's fighting style was very troublesome and hard to defend against. Thus, when Wu Clan's GU immortal found out, it was already too late. He could only watch as these people scattered, he could not catch up to them. After feeling vexed, Wu Clan's GU immortal was filled with shock and suspicion. Because he found Hu Land. This is a Qi path secluded domain of heaven and earth. I am going to make a huge contribution. After confirming it, Wu Clan's GU immortal was overjoyed. He immediately contacted Wu Clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was in his study, dealing with administrative matters. Hu Land. He stood up from his chair, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of green wind. The green wind curled into a ball, it was the size of a fist. After circling around for a while, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts appeared in Wu Yong's mind, they were quickly absorbed by the green wind, causing his thoughts to collide and think rapidly. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert, in terms of attainment level, he was able to imitate the advantage of wisdom path. Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu Clan can obtain it, it will be the turning point for me to take over the world. Wu Yong was extremely excited. There was a fire burning in his heart. He was extremely excited. The legends of Ren Zhu recorded many secluded domains of heaven and earth. For Time Path, there was the River of Time. For Space Path, there was Space Gate, also known as Space Cave. For Qi Path, there was Shi Land and Hu Land. For Rule Path, there was Reverse Refinement River, Chengbai Mountain, Minuscule Mountain, and others. For Information Path, there was Chen Kuan Crystal Wall, Whispering Forest. For Soul Path, there was Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that had Dao marks of many paths, like City Well, Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. GU were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of Dao marks. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth contained scattered Dao marks, the total number of Dao marks often surpassed rank 9 immortal GU. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not only recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, in the long river of history, they were also controlled by very few GU immortals or forces, leaving behind many moving legends. If secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used properly, they would have huge benefits to a superforce. They were very helpful to pseudo-venerables and even venerables. Forget about the distant past, just the pseudo-venerable demon immortal Qi Ju in front of him. He used Qi Land to participate in the pinnacle competition of the Jiu immortal world after rebirth. Wu Yong was clear, for superforces, if secluded domains of heaven and earth can be developed properly, they will definitely gain huge profits. They can even monopolize the trade, like Danghun Mountain. For individual Jiu immortals, secluded domains of heaven and earth are a substitute for rank 9 immortal Jiu. They can shake the entire era and lead the trend of the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Jiu were very hard to obtain. There were not many rank 9 immortal Jiu in history. For example, Fate Jiu, Celestial Court had worked hard for millions of years to preserve and repair it. For example, Wisdom Jiu, Giant Sun Immortal spent a lot of effort to preserve it in 88-point Zhenyang Tower. There was also Hatred Jiu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had set it up for hundreds of thousands of years before he succeeded. In history, the Venerables had the most rank 9 immortal Jiu, their vital Jiu were all rank 9. Other than that, the number of other rank 9 immortal Jiu did not exceed 5. Thus, secluded domains of heaven and earth had great value. Using secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core to use immortal killer moves often had outstanding effects. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I have to use all my strength to take down this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I have to do it secretly and prevent the news from spreading. Wu Yong was determined. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had too many implications. If it was exposed, southern border would definitely be in an uproar. The other 4 regions might even fight for it. But now, this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great opportunity. The other forces only knew of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. They did not know of Hu Land. Earlier, Wu clan's Jiu immortals had already sparred with the Jiu immortals of other clans, forcing them to retreat. There were no lone immortals or demonic cultivators at the scene of Rotten Mud Mountain. If it were in the past, the appearance of a rank 8 inheritance like Sheng Tian's true inheritance would definitely cause a commotion in the whole of southern border's Jiu immortal world. All sorts of people would come out to take action. But that was no longer the case now. Inheritances were appearing in the whole of the 5 regions. They were exposed by the Qi tides. Wu clan's Jiu immortals could easily repel their competitors because of this. All the superforces were actively fighting for high-quality inheritances in their own territories and the surrounding regions. Sheng Tian's true inheritance was only one of them. Compared to these southern border righteous path forces, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor are both Qi Path Jiu immortals. This Hu Land is extremely important to them. But thankfully, Demon Immortal Qi Ju has already been suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan. He has no time to leave. As for Fang Yuan, Chapter 21:18. Once, Wu Yong chased after Fang Yuan and chased him from southern border to western desert. But now, Wu Yong was very worried that Fang Yuan would come and snatch Hu Land. Wu Yong knew that if Fang Yuan came to snatch it, he would not be able to stop him. Immortal Jiu were easy to destroy, Fang Yuan would have to be cautious. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy, they could be snatched easily. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body and can cultivate all kinds of paths. This is truly terrifying. Hu Land is definitely useful to him. If this secret is leaked, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it, it will definitely be snatched away. By then, not only will we have to sacrifice resources and time, there will even be casualties. Wu clan's reputation will also suffer a huge blow. It is better not to take Hu Land. Wu Yong thought deeply. He decided to secretly send people to take Hu Land away. If this information was leaked during this process, he would immediately stop. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not Fang Yuan's match. In the world, it was not about numbers, but strength. There are no Jiu immortals in those villages of Rotten Mud Mountain, but we need to prevent mortals and Jiu masters from leaking information. Maybe we can use the beast tide to deal with them. Kong Ri Tian is not in a hurry to find him, we can just secretly investigate his traces. Hopefully, He does not expose himself before I take Hu land. If he still made a big fuss, it would arouse suspicion. It was strange that your Wu clan Gu immortals could not capture Kong Ri Tian. What method did Kong Ri Tian use to escape from Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortals? At that time, curious gazes would be directed towards Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong hoped that Kong Ri Tian could hide himself during this period of time. To attract the attention of Southern Border's Gu immortal world, I might need to activate BA clan's arrangements in advance to create a cover for taking Hu land. Of course, there is a huge flaw in this plan. That is Kong Ri Tian. Kong Ri Tian has Kong Sheng Tian's will. He can connect to jewel yellow skies. At the crucial moment, if he exposed the secret of Hu land, the Wu clan would be in trouble. However, the possibility of this isn't high. Wu Yong analyzed in his mind. Firstly, Kong Sheng Tian cultivated Qi Path, so Kong Ri Tian would also cultivate Qi Path. Wu clan obtained Hu land. From their perspective, they wanted to compete with Wu clan secretly. It would be best if they could take back Hu land. He wouldn't announce it to the public and attract countless competitors. Secondly, if Kong Ri Tian exposed Hu land's secret, it would be equivalent to a life and death struggle with the Wu clan. It was a very unwise decision. Because this action would provoke the Wu clan's revenge. At the same time, it would expose the crucial information that Kong Ri Tian was still on the run. Other Gu immortals would continue to pursue him. Although the possibility wasn't high, it was still possible that he would be exposed. For the Wu family, the risk of secretly taking away Hu land was huge. However, the benefits involved in the Hu land were too great. Wu Yong was willing to take this risk. A few days later, in the sky above Red Dragon River, Wu clan, Xia clan, and BA clan's Gu immortals were facing each other nervously. The river water was surging, the waves were like fire and explosions could be heard from time to time. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The one who set up the true inheritance was Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path and Lightning Path. Even though he was a lone cultivator, his luck was good and he had many fortuitous encounters. He was not a Southern Border Gu immortal, he came from Western Desert. He had once caused a huge commotion in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. He was chased by several Western Desert superforces. Even though he escaped, when he reached the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, he was heavily injured and could not recover. At the moment of his death, he secretly made arrangements. Because of his arrangements, this river segment of Red Dragon River gradually became the Fire Thunder River segment. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were ingenious and natural. Even though this was the border between BA clan and Xia clan, these two superforces did not sense anything wrong, they thought it was natural. Even though the Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, it had never produced Immortal Gu. Thus, BA clan and Xia clan did not care about it. 4 Mortal Gu masters, even though Fire Path and Lightning Path Mortal Gu were attractive, the environment was dangerous, few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance was hidden for a long time. It was only exposed when the Qi tides swept the world. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was of high quality. Almost all of Southern Border's Righteous Path superforces fought over it. After some probing and competition, there were only 3 parties left. One was Wu clan, while the other 2 were BA clan and Xia clan. BA clan's current first supreme elder BA De was 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. He had a muscular body with broad shoulders and back. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. A large dark green beard hung down to his chest, and his emerald green hair hung down to the back of his waist. BA De floated in the air, shouting at Wu Yong, "Wu clan, you have crossed the line. This is my BA clan's territory. No matter what true inheritance appears, it should belong to my BA clan. Wu Yong, you are the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Are you not going to set an example and ignore the rules of the righteous path? Wu Yong smiled and said elegantly, since when was this Fire Thunder River segment your BA clan's territory? The border between your BA clan and Xia clan is very sensitive. BA, you need to speak carefully, at least pay attention to the thoughts of our Xia clan comrades. Before he finished speaking, Xia clan's GU immortal Xia Zhao spoke, Lord Wu Yong, whether this is Xia clan or BA clan's territory, it is a matter between our two clans. Wu clan's headquarters are far to the south, even Qiao clan is not close to Fire Thunder River segment. Although Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xia Cha had already been turned into a mortal GU master by Fang Yuan, thus, Xia Zhao was the current first supreme elder of Xia clan. His status was similar to Baeda's. Xia Zhao's words were not abrupt. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflicts since long ago, their relationship had never been good. Forget about the past, just look at the recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan had fought over Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and defeated Xia Fei Kuai, winning this fight. Later, Xia clan even took the initiative to annex Qiao clan's empty return pit. Qiao clan was Wu clan's vassal, invading Qiao clan was equivalent to offending Wu clan. Thus, after Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the tide, Xia clan had no choice but to return empty return pit. Xia clan's external supreme elder, immortal Yang Huang, had once possessed Moon Bowl, but this was also taken over by Wu clan. Thus, although Xia clan and Ba clan had a tense relationship, Wu clan was the strongest, thus, Xia clan and Ba clan were secretly on the same side. Qiao Sai Liu's expression changed slightly. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, her beauty was on par with fairy Miao Yin. Right now, her cultivation level had already risen to rank 7. This time, Qiao clan, as a vassal of Wu clan, had to do something, thus, they sent Qiao Sai Liu to follow Wu Yong. Qiao Sai Liu was well aware of the rules of the righteous path, seeing that Ba clan and Xia clan were rejecting Wu clan, she felt anxious. Righteous Path GU Immortals had their own set of rules, they were not as free as the demonic path, or as free as lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong and could be said to be the number 1 person in southern border, he could not act against the Fire Thunder True Inheritance because he did not have the moral high ground. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his position as the Southern Alliance leader had become a restraint on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong really tried to take action, he would lose the support of the people. Southern Border's righteous path would doubt his impartiality as the alliance leader. Wu clan was powerful, they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder True Inheritance did not have much meaning to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to snatch it, Wu clan's losses would be greater than what they would gain. Facing the combined resistance of Xia clan and Ba clan, Wu Yong's smile became even brighter. Take the person out. He instructed softly. The Wu clan GU immortal behind him immediately opened his immortal aperture and took out a mortal GU master. Wu Yong introduced on the spot, this Western Desert GU master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. It didn't matter whether the Fire Thunder River segment belonged to the Ba clan or the Xia clan. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder True Inheritance in the river belongs to this young friend. The expressions of Ba clan and Xia clan's GU immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again, he said calmly, as righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has an owner, it belongs to this young friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I have to be fair, if you suspect his identity, you can draw his blood to prove it. As expected of Lord Wu Yong, so he was prepared. Qiao Sai Liu's eyes shined, she felt assured. Now, Wu clan had the moral high ground, they could shut the mouths of everyone in the world, Wu Yong could use his full strength. Instead, Ba clan and Xia clan were in an awkward situation. Baeda and Xia Zhao looked at each other, their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong's preparations were so thorough, they were surprised. Even though Wu Yong had not been in the position for long, the whole of Southern Border's GU immortal world knew about his methods. Baeda and Xia Zhao understood deeply, since Wu Yong publicly displayed this bloodline descendant, This descendant's identity was definitely real. Even if Wu Yong faked it, his methods were definitely superb. There were no flaws in it in a short period of time. Ba De and Xia Zhao discussed for a while before taking a few steps forward. Ba De had a solemn expression. How can southern borders things return to western desert? Xia Zhao added, since Fire Thunder Immortal Lord died here, leaving his legacy in southern border is the will of the heavens. Ba clan and Xia clan could not retreat. The true inheritance was between the two clans. If they retreated so easily, would their reputation be tarnished? Wu Yong was not surprised by these two clans' reactions. He waved his sleeves. Then let's have a match between the three of us. Now that the situation had developed to such an extent, the only way to decide the outcome was to have a competition. I would like to see your skills. Ba De shouted, attacking first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level. He immediately retreated to the side and attacked from afar, assisting Ba De and restraining Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily, intense winds blew and the world turned dark. Ba De cultivated wood path. When he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees moved and leaves flew in the sky. But under Wu Yong's killer move, the ancient trees were cut into pieces and the leaves fell to the ground. In just 3 rounds, Ba De and Xia Zhao were defeated by Wu Yong. They had an obvious advantage. Do you have anything else to say? Wu Yong laughed again. Xia Zhao's expression was ashen. He did not speak. He could not help but recall Xia Cha's situation when she was still rank 8. At least, Wu Yong would not be so arrogant back then. He actually became so strong. Ba De's heart shook, he clenched his fists. But I still have a trump card that I have yet to use. If I open my eyes, can I defeat Wu Yong? Ba De thought about it. He relaxed his fists. For a mere fire lightning true inheritance, he would not expose the killer move that he had been cultivating for so many years. Ba clan and Xia clan retreated in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Jiu Master to the bottom of the river and took out the fire lightning true inheritance. The Western Desert Jiu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong immediately agreed. This Western Desert Jiu Master was called Zhong Yi. He had good character and talent. With some nurturing, he would become a Jiu immortal seed. He was worth Wu clan taking in. Because of Fang Yuan, many Wu clan Jiu immortals had been sacrificed in recent years. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan Jiu immortals, so he took in the surrounding Jiu masters from other regions as external supreme elders. Congratulations Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba clan and Xia clan, obtaining the fire lightning true inheritance. Qiao Sai Liu congratulated. In the current southern border, who can compete with my lord? The morale of Wu clan's Jiu immortals rose. They spoke excitedly. Wu Yong nodded, saying with a calm expression, spread today's battle report. I want the whole of southern border's Jiu immortal world to know about this. Yes. Wu clan's Jiu immortals immediately responded. Lord Wu Yong, Mushroom Man Jiu Immortal Ku Shin Hong requests an audience. Right at this time, a Mushroom Man Jiu Immortal came from the southeast direction, riding on the waves. What? A Mushroom Man Jiu Immortal? Is he from Mushroom Man Paradise? Such guts. The Jiu Immortals around Wu Yong had a change of expression. Ku Shin Hong was dressed in white. He had an ordinary appearance. He did not conceal his appearance. There was a large mushroom on his forehead. It looked like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jumped. At the next moment, Ku Shin Hong transmitted to Wu Yong, Lord Wu Yong, I am from Mushroom Man Paradise. I am under orders from Lord Guo Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's expression did not change. He replied, what are you here for? Ku Shin Hong smiled, I am here for Sheng Tian true inheritance. Chapter 21:19. Wu Yong forced himself to calm down as he transmitted to the Mushroom Man Jiu Immortal Ku Shin Hong. So Fang Yuan wanted my Sheng Tian true inheritance. He did not find who land. After Wu Yong probed, the heavy burden in his heart was lifted. In fact, as long as Kong Ri Tian did not expose this secret, there was little chance of anyone outside of Wu clan finding who land. Back then, no Jiu immortals saw Kong Ri Tian and the rest using Hu Land to fly away. After Kong Ri Tian and the rest escaped, there was no news of them. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest will think that Kong Ri Tian is in my hands. Thus, he came to ask for Sheng Tian true inheritance from me. Wu Yong thought, I did not do it properly earlier. I should have announced that Kong Ri Tian has already been captured by my Wu clan. Even though this was not the truth, if Wu clan announced it, Kong Ri Tian would not refute it. Once Kong Ri Tian was exposed again, the GU immortals who wanted Sheng Tian true inheritance would attack like hyenas, wanting to tear Kong Ri Tian's fragile body to pieces. If Kong Ri Tian knows about our Wu clan's announcement, he will definitely understand our Wu clan's intentions. He kept the secret of Huodi for the sake of his own safety. He should not reject it. Wu Yong thought of a good plan to make up for his previous mistake. Hu land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had huge value. If Wu clan wanted it, they had to get rich secretly. I can give you Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong transmitted, replying to Kushin Hong. For the sake of Hu land, it was wise to give up the true inheritance of Sheng Tian. Moreover, this Sheng Tian true inheritance was just obtained by Wu clan. It only had the contents but no immortal GU. The immortal GU and immortal essence was still in Kong Ri Tian's hands. Kushin Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong was so straightforward, it was out of his expectations. He was a GU immortal expert in Mushroom Man Paradise. Lu Weiyin brought Mushroom Man Paradise to join Fang Yuan. He became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan had assigned him. When Shin Hong received this mission, he felt immense pressure in his heart. He had long heard of Wu Yong's name. On the way here, he was still racking his brains to think about what he should do if Wu Yong were to refuse. Unexpectedly, when they actually met, Wu Yong agreed so readily and easily. I finally understand a thing or two about Master's Majesty. Kushin Hong let out a long sigh in his heart. Kushin Hong continued, Sir Wu Yong, my lord is willing to invest to purchase the complete Sheng Tian true inheritance this time. It was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. From Kushin Hong's tone, it seemed that Fang Yuan really wanted a fair trade. Didn't he want to ask for it directly and take it by force? Wu Yong reacted quickly and made a trade request. Kushin Hong frowned slightly because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 wind path immortal material. It was extremely rare in the market. Kushin Hong could not make the decision. He quickly contacted Fang Yuan. After getting an affirmative answer, Kushin Hong showed a smile towards Wu Yong again. With the help of jewel yellow skies, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the entire contents of Sheng Tian true inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. It is not strange for him to have rare immortal materials in the market. But he actually wanted to make a deal with me. After unexpectedly obtaining a rank 9 wind path immortal material, Wu Yong's preparations to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal GU also had a small breakthrough. But Wu Yong was not happy. Fang Yuan clearly had the battle strength to snatch Sheng Tian true inheritance, but he did not do so. He only sent a Mushroom Man GU immortal to express his sincerity for a fair trade, and then he really fulfilled the agreement and paid the rank 9 wind path immortal material. This Fang Yuan is amazing. Wu Yong sighed. As the saying went, those who were good at swimming would drown, those who were good at fighting would die. Blindly relying on one's own strength was actually a dangerous thing. Because once one became reliant, over time, they would enter a comfort zone and form a fixed mindset. When encountering problems, they would almost always use their own strength to deal with them. Over time, other methods and perspectives would disappear. Eventually, they would enter a predicament or even a hopeless situation. Fang Yuan did not do that. He had great battle strength and could directly snatch it. But that would waste a lot of time and energy, and he might not even obtain it. After all, this information could be erased. But using this transaction method, Fang Yuan could easily exchange for Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong analyzed. This means 2 things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has many immortal materials. A rank 9 wind path immortal material is not important to him. Secondly, even though he is the number 1 person in the world, he is still calm and calculative. He never flaunts his superiority. Sigh, How good would it have been if I could have killed him back then? Fang Yuan has already grown up, such a character is too terrifying. When the transaction for Sheng Tian true inheritance was completed, Fang Yuan's main body had already left for Western Desert. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Clan's many supreme elders were gathered together, staring at Fang Yuan like they were facing a great enemy. Please don't be too nervous, I came here this time to make a transaction with Fang Clan. Fang Yuan smiled. Fang Clan's immortals felt immense pressure. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong asked, "Is it our honor or misfortune to be chosen by you?" "Everyone, I have a deep relationship with all of you." Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. His aura leaked out, Fang Clan's GU immortals jumped up from their seats and activated their immortal GU. A huge battle was about to erupt. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? This is our Fang Clan's headquarters. Earlier, you said you wanted to make a transaction with our clan. If you attack now, who will believe you in the future?" Fang Clan's GU immortals shouted. They were extremely nervous. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "If I want to harm you, I can attack you directly. Can your Fang Clan stop me?" As he said that, his appearance changed. Fang Clan's GU immortals were stunned. "Swan Bu Jin?" Fang Yuan used familiar face again, turning into another appearance. Fang Clan's GU immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance and were shocked again. "Fang Di Chang?" Fang Yun frowned. He was Fang Di Chang's adopted son. Seeing that Fang Yuan had turned into Fang Di Chang, he was very disgusted. "Lord Fang Yuan, you came all the way to our Fang Clan just to change your appearance and toy with us?" Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun and said with deep meaning, "Yun, when I was not around, why didn't you cultivate Wisdom Path? Father gave you 3 Wisdom Path Immortal GU, as well as a Wisdom Path inheritance. Right now, Fang Clan does not have a Wisdom Path GU Immortal leading it. Who else can we rely on if not you?" You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan, his eyes were wide open in shock. The other Fang Clan GU Immortals' expressions also changed. They could tell that something was amiss. They guessed a certain truth. It was this truth that made them panic. "That's right. I am Swan Bu Jin, and also Fang Di Chang. I have interacted with you more than you think." Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was ashen. He could not sit still anymore. He stood up. "How can you prove it?" Fang Yuan spoke while throwing out a large amount of evidence to the other Fang Clan GU Immortals. He also transmitted to Fang Gong with a cold smile. "Fang Gong, you and Fang Di Chang fought against the plan of sacrificing Swan Bu Jin to refine Divine Bin Palace. Do you really want me to say it?" Fang Yuan's evidence was not only abundant, it was also conclusive. Fang Clan soon understood the cause and effect. So Fang Yuan had already infiltrated our Fang Clan. He even became our Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder. Oh heavens, even Fang Di Chang and Second Supreme Elder were impersonated by him. We did not discover it until now. After Fang Clan's GU Immortals discovered the truth, their faces turned pale, they broke out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan exposing it, they would have thought that Fang Di Chang was trapped in Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War, Fang Clan had been trying to negotiate with the Celestial Court. They wanted to pay a price in exchange for Fang Di Chang's return. "This means that Divine Bin Palace harmed one of your clones, and my clan's second Supreme Elder died at your hand. And my clan's second Supreme Elder died in your hands." Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong's white beard fluttered like a lion's mane. His body was tall and muscular, his muscles were bulging like rocks. Facing the killer of his clan's second Supreme Elder, if it were anyone else, Fang Gong would have attacked already. But facing Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. His gaze was complex, there was anger and hatred, as well as helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong, his demonic might was awe-inspiring, his battle achievements were shocking. Fang Gong did not dare to act rashly. Fang Yuan continued, "If I say that Fang Di Chang died at my hands, that is true, but it could also be wrong. Fang Di Chang's body was destroyed, but Fang Di Chang's soul is still in my hands. Your Fang Clan wants it." Back then, in order to evade Soul Lantern Gu's detection, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Di Chang. he only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul had always been one of the captives in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Clan's GU immortals heard this and became excited. Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands. Great, the second Supreme Elder can be saved. No wonder when we contacted Central Continent, they kept on brushing us off. So they did not have the real second Supreme Elder in their hands. Right now, I have already destroyed fate. Fang Dichang's soul is still around. As long as we find a GU immortal body, he can return to Fang Clan and return to your side. If this GU immortal body cultivates wisdom path, Fang Dichang's revival will bring even more help to your Fang Clan. Now, everyone from Fang Clan, tell me, do you want to make this transaction? Fang Yuan gave a final ultimatum. Fang Clan's GU immortals were silent as they looked at Fang Gong. Chapter 2120. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was self-evident to Fang Clan. Fang Gong nodded and said in a solemn tone, "We are willing to make this deal, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If you want too much and exceed the limits of our Fang Clan, we might." Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. "Firstly, I need Thieves' Den. Secondly, I need Fang Clan to be stationed in Green Ghost Desert and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I want to give to your Fang Clan is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can discuss the specifics in detail. We can talk about it slowly." Fang Yuan's relaxed conditions made the eyes of Fang Clan's immortals shine, but they were also filled with doubts. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. "If I want to deal with your Fang Clan, I can just attack directly. Why use other methods? I am not afraid to tell you that I have already made a deal with Wu Clan's Wu Yong. I am not a cruel person. Fighting and killing is just a method. Unless I have no other choice, I do not want to use force to satisfy my requests." Fang Clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's words contained a hidden threat. He was telling Fang Clan's immortals that if they did not satisfy Fang Yuan's request, he would start a war and make Fang Clan suffer huge losses or even be exterminated. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Facing such a powerful Fang Yuan, what choice could he make? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Clan could not make any other choice. Fang Clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. They had to do business with Fang Yuan. Not do it. Then die. Celestial Court could not stop Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul was killed by Fang Yuan, and further away, several southern border rank 8 GU immortals were killed by Fang Yuan. How could a mere Fang Clan resist him? Super forces could also be destroyed. The closest one was Northern Plains He Clan. It was already destroyed, replaced by Zhu Clan. The closest one was Qing Clan. Back then, the Qing Clan was also very powerful, but in the end, they provoked the young Spectral Soul and were exterminated. Green Ghost Desert was the tomb of Qing Clan, and it was right next to Fang Clan. Sometimes, a single person could destroy an entire force. The world of GU Masters had always been ruled by the strong. Therefore, many times, even if the superpowers had deep foundations, they would still be very cautious when waging war against lone loose immortals and fiendish cultivators. In order to survive, the Fang family agreed to Fang Yuan's request. The two sides discussed for a while and came to a decision. Fang Yuan's conditions were so relaxed that everyone in the Fang family found it hard to believe. Was this still the number one devil in the world, Gue Fang Yuan? Because reality was far better than their expectations, these Fang Clan GU immortals were in a good mood. I've said it before. I'm not bloodthirsty by nature. There are many benefits to cooperating with me. He killed all of his clansmen, killed all of Heifan Grotto Heaven's original GU immortals, participated in the destruction of Dongfang tribe and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, annexed his partner Lang Ya sect and variant humans, destroyed 88 Point Zhenyang Tower, captured a large number of southern border righteous path GU immortals, killed GU immortals in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in the Battle of Celestial Court, and ambushed Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan said with a sincere expression. Fang Clan's GU immortals' eyelids twitched as they agreed. Lord Fang Yuan is right. It is our Fang Clan's fortune to be able to cooperate with Lord Fang Yuan. Actually, We know about Lord Fang Yuan's past situation. That celestial court was too much of a bully. Fang clan's GU immortals spoke like they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They were not hypocritical at all. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were still young. They were silent now. If Lord Fang Yuan wants to establish a clan, our Fang clan will support you with all our strength. Fang Gong's final words were very convincing. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before saying goodbye to these people. At the next moment, he activated a killer move and vanished in front of the immortals. Fang Gong persuaded Fang Yuan to establish a clan for the sake of Fang clan. Once Fang clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction was exposed, Fang clan would fall into a passive state, their reputation would fall, they might even be attacked by other super forces. However, after Fang Yuan establishes a clan, he would turn from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction were to be exposed, Fang clan would at most face controversy. The GU masters and GU immortals of the demonic path and lone cultivators could change their identities and join the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was an example. Demonic path or lone cultivators had enough battle strength to make righteous path forces wary, they would not dare to attack them. After such a GU cultivator establishes a clan, they would be adept at exchanging benefits with the surrounding forces, reaching some kind of compromise and balance, they would be able to turn into the righteous path. In fact, if one were to look back in history, many super forces in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border were like this. Fang Yuan taking the initiative to transact with Fang clan made Fang Gong understand that Fang Yuan had such methods and political awareness. Once a powerful demonic cultivator no longer blindly fought and killed, they would have the demeanor of a righteous path cultivator, they would be able to change their identities. Unfortunately, this is not my ambition. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. In his previous life, he had created the Bloodwing Demon Sect. At its peak, it had over 10,000 members. He had long since understood that strength was the essence. In this world, an individual's strength could surpass the sum of everyone's strength, so all organizations were just icing on the cake. Only when an individual's strength was strong would they be truly strong. Even the number one superforce, Celestial Court, had to rely on the methods of individual venerables to survive in times of crisis. If not for that, Celestial Court would have been destroyed by Fang Yuan already. Thieves' Den Fang Yuan went into closed cultivation, he started to study this damaged immortal GU house. And one of his clones in Eastern Sea, Qi Si Ancestor, was also discussing a transaction with Song clan. Right now, there were only Qi Si Ancestor and Song Xia Qi in the hall. Song Xia Qi was a rank 7 GU immortal of Song clan, he was ordered to guard Qi Si, he was the representative of Song clan here. Right now, Song Xia Qi had a difficult expression, he was feeling uneasy. Because he had just learned from Qi Si Ancestor that the latter had a small request, Tian Nan's true inheritance. Qi Si Ancestor said that his descendants wanted to develop in refinement path, he wanted to make a transaction with Song clan. Song clan had once competed with Ruolai clan and Cai clan for the supremacy of ascending heaven plane, they won and obtained old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan was an outstanding person of the remote antiquity era, he had high seniority, he was the first refinement path supreme grandmaster in history, he was on par with his descendants, old immortal Kong Ju and long hair ancestor. Even after 3 million years, old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance was still very valuable. Song Xia Qi thought about it before saying, "Ancestor, I do not dare to hide anything. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song clan has been researching it, we specially chose GU immortal seeds to nurture, we want Tian Nan's true inheritance to become a signature of Song clan. This is an important matter, I do not dare to make a decision, I need to report it to the higher-ups. But according to my guess, this matter will not go as you wish." Song Xia Qi spoke in a tactful tone, he said he wanted to report it, but it was a clear rejection. Qi Si Ancestor smiled as he waved his hand, "Song clan friend, you do not need to worry too much, I was just casually mentioning it. Since Tian Nan's true inheritance is of great significance to Song clan, why would I snatch it away from you? Let's forget about this matter." Song Xia Qi had a grateful expression, He quickly stood up and thanked him. He also said that there were several Eastern Sea superforces with strong refinement path experts. Chi-Si ancestor had a benevolent smile as he said, "I will remember your suggestion. Don't be in a hurry to leave, I have some new tea leaves here." Meng Qiuzhen had recently unraveled many dream realms. Fang Yuan's food path attainment level went from blank to Grandmaster level. Chi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared the same attainment level. He created some new Qi path tea leaves in his spare time. Song Xia finished his tea and bid farewell to Chi-Si ancestor respectfully. After returning to his residence, he immediately used an immortal killer move to contact Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Chi-Si ancestor. It was an important matter. Song clan's immortals soon received this information. Song clan's GU immortals stopped what they were doing and started to communicate. Back then, our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to obtain the dominance of ascending heaven plane and obtain Tian Nan's true inheritance. He, Chi-Si ancestor, wants to take away our fruits of victory with just a few words. Wishful thinking. Song Xia rejected him on the spot. I feel that it is inappropriate. We should at least give Chi-Si ancestor some face and listen to his offer. No, Tian Nan's true inheritance is definitely not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two inheritances are not outstanding compared to the other superforces. But with this Tian Nan true inheritance, our chances of refining immortal GU will greatly increase. It will be a huge and lasting benefit to our Song clan. Song clan had been searching for refinement path true inheritances. In fact, all of Eastern Sea's superforces were doing this. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources and immortal materials, once they obtained a high-grade refinement path true inheritance, their profits would be far greater than the other four regions. Tian Nan's true inheritance is unique to our Song clan. This advantage might not be apparent in the near future, but in a few decades or a century, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other superforce. But is it inappropriate to offend Chi-Si ancestor like this? Think about our current situation. After the Qi tides, all of our inheritances will be exposed, our superforces will fight for them. Once we reach a stalemate, Chi-Si ancestor, as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance, will uphold justice. We need to consider whether Chi-Si ancestor will be biased because of this and make a decision that goes against our Song clan when he upholds justice. During this period of time, Chi-Si ancestor was really busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined the righteous Qi alliance. Fighting for true inheritances became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affairs. Someone took the initiative to ask Chi-Si ancestor to uphold justice for them. But gradually, more and more forces came to ask Chi-Si ancestor to uphold justice. Fang Yuan's political skills were very profound. Chi-Si ancestor's upholding of justice often made all the competing forces satisfied. Thus, Chi-Si ancestor's reputation grew day by day. It was not strange for Song clan's GU immortals to have such worries. Our Song clan can satisfy Chi-Si ancestor's other requests. It is not wrong to be on good terms with Chi-Si ancestor. But Tian Nan's true inheritance, how should I put it? Chi-Si ancestor's insight is too good. No wonder he can contend against Fang Yuan. In the past, Eastern Sea's superforces coaxed Chi-Si ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance. But now, after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Chi-Si ancestor and Fang Yuan became sworn enemies. Thus, Eastern Sea's forces, including Song clan, had many changes in their attitudes and thoughts. Song Xia, you rejected Chi-Si ancestor back then, how did he react? Song Qi Yuan asked. Song Xia quickly replied, ancestor gave up very quickly, his attitude did not change. He was very reasonable, he even asked me to stay for a cup of tea. His new Qi path tea is truly amazing. Chi-Si ancestor's new tea was called Triple Layer Weather Tea. This tea gathered heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi to form a wondrous tea. In the teacup, heaven Qi floated above like clouds. Human Qi condensed into a lump, like a true pill, it floated in the middle of the teacup. Earth Qi condensed at the bottom of the cup, the fragrance of the tea was contained within, only when it entered the stomach would it spread out, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Song Clan's GU immortals heard Song Xia Chi's description, their uneasiness faded away. Chi Si ancestor is very magnanimous. Our Song Clan has always been very respectful towards him. Looking at ancestor's attitude, there is no need to worry. Even if he hates us, he is still the righteous Chi alliance leader, he will not go overboard. Tian Nan's true inheritance has too many benefits, it will become our Song Clan's core inheritance in the future, we cannot give up on it. Chapter 21-21. Several days later. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Dream realm. After an intense battle of life and death, Meng Qiuzhen's opponent finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you are. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly lost control, he was acting as a youngster, he walked up angrily and lifted his opponent's mask. But the opponent's appearance shocked the youngster. Father, why are you here? The youngster shouted in shock, his body trembling. The one who fell was the youngster's father, he smiled happily. My son, you did well. You know all the killer moves of the clan, but you lack enough hatred and sorrow in your heart. I have a terminal illness anyway, I won't be able to live for long, I might as well help you. The youngster cried bitterly, Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all costs? His father stared at the youngster. Our entire clan was killed by the enemy, your mother, grandfather, grandmother, as well as your siblings were all killed. This hatred is irreconcilable, why don't we take revenge? Remember, your father died for this. If you don't take revenge, your father would have died in vain, and he would have died in your hand. The youngster's body and mind trembled, his voice was hoarse. Father, he cried in pain, at the same time, a pale blue flame started to burn on his body. His father saw this flame and was overjoyed. Good, good, such a grand and abundant sad blue heart flame, it is enough for revenge, enough for revenge. After saying this, the youngster's father took his last breath. Not good. Meng Qiuzhen felt something was amiss. The youngster saw his father's death, the sad blue heart flame burning on his body expanded rapidly, it burned fiercely, its intensity increased by at least 10 times. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream, he immediately felt a surge of sorrow, anger, and hatred, it was like a waterfall pouring down on his heart. I cannot lose myself. This is the greatest difficulty of this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen held on bitterly, but in just a few breaths of time, he could not hold on anymore. Dream creation. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal move to protect his mind. In the newly formed dream within a dream, he was in a huge house. The house was on fire, it was being burned by the blazing blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen immediately started to extinguish the fire and save the houses. After a flurry of activity, the fire was gradually extinguished. The originally magnificent and sturdy house was also reduced to ruins, leaving only one intact guest room. I passed it. Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling the dream within the dream and returning to the dream realm. The final hurdle of the dreamland was simply life-threatening. Meng Qiuzhen was almost swallowed by his emotions, he completely forgot reality and illusion, sinking into the dream realm. Of course, every time he explored, his main body would stand guard outside. If there was any danger, the main body would also come to the rescue. He had finally passed through this dream. Combined with the gains from the previous few dreams, Fang Yuan's flame path realm soared to Great Grandmaster. My fire path realm has risen to Great Grandmaster level, I can swallow those few fire path grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Looking at the days, Wu Shuai should have already made his move. Fang Yuan's main body estimated. The supreme ancient 2 heavens. Fire plains grotto heaven. On a vast grassland, fiery red firebeard grass grew everywhere. It was the harvest season, the GU masters in the grotto heavens started to use GU worms to harvest the firebeard grass. Creak, creak, a bone-chilling sound suddenly came from underground. The moment the GU masters sensed it, they suffered fatal injuries. Countless ants flew out of the ground, some were as small as a finger, some were as large as a carriage. The number of ants was huge, there were countless of them, the entire firebeard grassland fell into their hands in an instant. Skeleton grotto heaven. What's going on? What's going on? The Grotto Heaven GU Immortal in charge of raising the Bone Armor Hounds was panicking. The 1,000 Bone Armor Hounds he was in charge of howling, some were rolling on the ground, some were biting and tearing at the hounds. The GU Immortal had a miserable expression. It's over, it's over. Granny repeatedly reminded me to take good care of these bone-armored hounds, but I made such a huge mistake. Some of the bone armor hounds died quickly, large numbers of ants crawled out of their corpses. The GU Immortal gritted his teeth in anger, so it was the work of these ants. I will, ooh. The GU Immortal was shocked and uncertain. Because more and more ants were crawling out of the bone armor hounds, there were even countless ants crawling out of the ground. These ants were like a tide. The GU Immortal was shocked at the scale. There was even the faint aura of immortal GU among them. The GU Immortal did not dare to stay any longer, he quickly retreated. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Chuju, Qingju, Liangju, and other places have suddenly experienced an ant plague. The ant plague is terrifying. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of mortals have died, 100 cities have been destroyed. In the ant plague, there are rank 6 and 7 immortal ants. The officials of the various provinces are feeling troubled. The current emperor frowned deeply. He had a grim expression. The ant plague is so ferocious, it is not something we can resolve. The urgent matter now is to contact Grotto Lord. Song Clan Headquarters. Grandfather, you are so good to me. Thank you for your immortal GU. Song Yisha held the rank 6 Water Path immortal GU in her hands. She was very happy. Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Chi Yuan, was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Chi Yuan looked at his granddaughter lovingly, saying, "My clan researched Tian Nan's true inheritance. This Water Path immortal GU is the first result. But my dear granddaughter, don't flaunt it everywhere. Tell others that you accidentally captured this wild immortal GU. I am the first supreme elder of Song Clan after all. I cannot be biased towards you." Understood, understood. Song Yisha looked at the Water Path immortal GU in her hands. She was overjoyed. She was playing with the immortal GU when her face suddenly turned pale. She held her abdomen. It hurts, it hurts. She fell down powerlessly, her face turning snow white in an instant. Initially, it was only her abdomen that hurt, but soon, this unbearable pain spread throughout her entire body. My dear granddaughter, what's wrong? Song Chi Yuan was pale with fright. He quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Chi Yuan found that in Song Yisha's body, there were large numbers of tiny ants moving around, devouring Song Yisha's flesh. What made Song Chi Yuan even more shocked and furious was that these ants were actually devouring the Dao marks on Song Yisha's body. What a vicious insect, what vicious method. Song Chi Yuan hurriedly took action. A pure white light engulfed Song Yisha. The white light split into threads that entered Song Yisha's body, killing all the ants on her body instantly. Song Chi Yuan cultivated light path. He had a high attainment level. His methods were agile and profound. He immediately suppressed the situation. But good times did not last. New ants quickly appeared and started to torture Song Yisha again. Song Chi Yuan frowned deeply. He felt pain and anger. He soon realized something. It turned out that these new ants were coming out from Song Yisha's immortal aperture. My dear granddaughter, endure the pain. Quickly look at your immortal aperture. Song Chi Yuan tried to speak in a gentle voice. Song Yisha looked at her immortal aperture. She was pale with fright, her eyes turned red. So many ants, Grandpa. My immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants. The terrifying ant plague instantly swept through the righteous Chi Alliance's GU immortals. The Grotto Heavens of the two heavens were the hardest hit. Old Immortal Who Are You, Granny Skeleton, Fire Plane Grotto Lord, and others were the main victims. Other than them, there were Song Clan, Ruolai Clan, and Cai Clan. The other Eastern Sea superforces also suffered from the ant plague, but it was very minor. They were just resource points in the outside world. Once the ant plague appeared, it attracted the attention of the entire righteous Chi Alliance. This ant plague is too strange. It is clearly targeting us. We did not discover anything. The variant human alliance is safe and sound. Such powerful ants, even an idiot would know that Wu Shui did it. To think that Wu Shuai is just a clone of Fang Yuan, he actually has such a terrifying method. The Righteous Qi Alliance soon found the culprit. They were furious and quickly discussed. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their disaster areas. The auras of these ants ranged from weak to strong, mortal to immortal. The types of ants were also of all shapes and sizes. These ants are very terrifying. The scariest thing is that they can devour Dao marks and refine themselves. They are hard to get rid of. We did not find any ant eggs at all. The most puzzling thing is, how did we get hit? The GU immortals discussed. Qi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, controlling the situation. He had a worried expression, but inwardly, he admired Wu Shuai. I have always wanted to integrate the combat system and create a core killer move. Thus, I asked my main body to obtain Sheng Tian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai had already taken a step forward and created an even more troublesome lingering poisonous and plague killer move. Qi Si ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they did not keep it a secret either. In their past interactions, they revealed some information. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhen became an immortal, the number of Dream Path Immortal GU multiplied. His efficiency in exploring dream realms was astonishing. Fang Yuan's food path and poison path attainment levels rose to Grandmaster level. By sharing attainment levels with his clone, Wu Shuai combined his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, enslavement path attainment level, and wood path Grandmaster attainment level, causing a qualitative change and a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from green and ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, it was too outdated after all. This time, Wu Shuai used Qing Chou as a reference and made a breakthrough on the basis of green and ascetic, allowing the ants in his hands to devour Dao marks and refine themselves. But Wu Shuai could not use it himself, only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering poisonous and plague was a compound killer move in essence. Poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path, and food path were all involved. It also expended unrestrained heavenly mark. This move had a deep concealment ability. It used the advantage of poison path at the start, concealment and infection. The killer move's Dao mark infection would infiltrate the target's immortal aperture and turn into tiny ants. These ants continued to devour the surroundings, growing and expanding rapidly. When they reached a certain scale, they would create a terrifying ant plague. To completely eradicate the ant plague, the corresponding Dao marks had to be eliminated. Currently, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not investigated this. Chapter 21-22. In a hall at the bottom of Qi Si. The representatives of the Righteous Qi Alliance clans and many wills gathered together, discussing how to deal with the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered. The clans could not come up with any good ideas. Thus, gradually, everyone's gazes gathered on Qi Si ancestor. The grotto lords in the two heavens gritted their teeth, asking Qi Si ancestor to help them. The ant plague had harmed almost all the grotto lords of the two heavens. These people were Qi Si ancestor's direct subordinates in the Righteous Qi Alliance. As for Eastern Sea's local forces, only Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Cai clan were affected. Thus, the Eastern Sea GU immortals deduced, did this method originate from the two heavens? Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Cai clan were affected because they relied on ascending heaven plane. Nobody doubted Qi Si ancestor. Because the true victims were Qi Si ancestor's direct subordinates, the people who were closest to Qi Si in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Qi Si ancestor was silent for a while before saying, "We need to resolve the ant plague." In this old man's opinion, this ant plague is even more dangerous than the Qi harvest fruit from before. As long as the Qi harvest fruit does not explode, the grotto heavens will not be damaged. But this ant plague is constantly harming the foundation of all the GU immortals and clans. Among everyone here, there are some who are not affected yet. But if we do not find a solution in time, none of us will be spared in the future. The immortals in the hall had bitter expressions. GU immortals were knowledgeable people. They agreed with Qi Si ancestor's words. If not for this, they would not have come to discuss this matter so enthusiastically. The ant plague was like a huge fire. Even though it only burned a portion of the people, if it was not extinguished in time, the fire would spread to everyone. Chi-Si ancestor continued, to resolve this ant plague, it is not like the Chi harvest fruit tribulation. During the Chi harvest fruit tribulation, I was still able to put in some effort. But this ant plague is not within the scope of Chi path. Thus, we can only rely on everyone here, that is, ourselves, to work together to resolve this disaster. We need to gather the wisdom path GU immortals of each clan to make deductions together. In the entire process, if you need any immortal GU, killer moves, or GU immortal great experts of a certain path, or even a certain true inheritance, you must provide them with all your strength, you cannot be conservative. Chi-Si ancestors' expression became more solemn. If we cannot resolve it, we need to suppress and delay the ant plague for a short period of time. If we can't even suppress them, then we'll have no choice but to start another war with the Outsiders Alliance. Chi-Si ancestor's tone was firm, he had a determined expression. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The GU immortals did not speak. Chi-Si ancestor's actions were very reasonable. The terror of the ant plague was its negative influence on the GU immortals' foundation. If they could not delay or suppress the ant plague, the longer it dragged on, the stronger the ant plague would become, and the weaker the Righteous Alliance would become. Over time, the gap in strength between the Righteous Alliance and the Foreign Race Alliance would form. If they did not attack early and kill to stop the killing, they would drag the Foreign Race Alliance down with them. If this continued, the Righteous Alliance would not have the strength to fight a direct battle with the Foreign Race Alliance. Lingering poisonous ant plague included many paths, it even expended unrestrained heavenly mark. This killer move was at the strategic level, it had terrifying power. Only fight with the Foreign Race Alliance. Isn't that the same as fighting with Guyue, Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai, and the rest? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even spectral soul demon Venerable died at his hand. But if we don't fight, are we just going to wait for death? This is not a choice we can make, this demon Fang Yuan is going too far. No, even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though our Righteous Chi Alliance has the advantage in numbers. Isn't Fang Yuan recuperating? Maybe we can ask the Celestial Court for help. H. The Celestial Court is the leader of the Righteous Path. Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them, he wants to cooperate with the Celestial Court to deal with the Foreign Race Alliance. They have been pushing the responsibility away. In my opinion, the best situation is for us to cooperate and get rid of this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is causing trouble, he did not make a move personally, this is only his probing. We need to resolve the ant plague quickly and perfectly, we need to show Fang Yuan our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed and gradually reached a consensus. They did not want to fight to the death. Eastern Seas GU immortals had different temperaments from Northern Plains GU immortals. Furthermore, right now, all the clans were plundering and competing for the exposed true inheritances, they were extremely busy, why would they not strengthen themselves instead of risking their lives? In ordinary battles, there would be wins and losses, only when there was hope would they fight. But fighting to the death with Fang Yuan? This was not the other party's death, they were courting death. Even though the GU immortals did not say it, they had the same opinion. The Celestial Court's pathetic state and Spectral Soul's life were proof of Fang Yuan's terror and ruthlessness. The Eastern Sea GU immortals did not know that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was still around. They thought that Fang Yuan could even kill a former Venerable, he was simply too capable, his demonic might was overwhelming. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to provoke such an existence. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague first. Chi-Si ancestor ended the discussion with a final sentence. The Righteous Chi Alliance started to put in effort to research a solution. How could lingering poisonous ant plague killer move be simple? The more the Righteous Chi Alliance GU immortals researched, the more uncertain they felt. The several Wisdom Path GU immortals who participated in the deduction had high expectations, their pressure was increasing day by day. Days passed, but they did not have any results. All the clans were unhappy, Qi ancestor personally came to ask. The wisdom path GU immortals led by Hua and could only say, "Don't be anxious, we have a discovery. The ant plague contains wood path profundity, these ants can grow, and growth is the specialty of wood path. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought with Qing Chou, he obtained inspiration from it." Needless to say, these wisdom path GU immortals had some ability, they could see this. Thus, Eastern Sea's wood path experts were gathered to participate in the research. The research did not succeed. The wisdom path and wood path GU immortals felt increasing pressure, they shouted, "Enslavement path, enslavement path. The ant plague contains the profundity of enslavement path, these ants are very organized, they move in unison and create a huge chaos. This is the power of enslavement path." Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance's enslavement path experts were mobilized to participate in the research. The research still did not succeed. The wisdom path, wood path, and enslavement path GU immortals could not bear the pressure, they shouted, "We need poison path expert." There were not many poison path experts, but there were some. Under the expectations of the various clans, the poison path experts participated in the research together. "We also need food path experts. These ants need to eat to grow." The GU immortals who participated in the research called out. But food path GU immortals were very rare. The immortals discussed for a while, they only needed to invite a famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Zuixian Wang. Zuixian Wang had a wide network, he had connections with all the righteous path clans. But he was not in Eastern Sea now. "We need refinement path help. We found that the core of the ant plague is refinement path. Undeniably, after annexing Lang Ya sect, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment is too deep. These ants can devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal GU, it is truly shocking." Eastern Sea's clans quickly sent their refinement path GU immortals here. With everyone's efforts, there was some progress in the research. The elites of these clans had strength indeed. But they could not obtain the most basic result. Just one lingering poisonous ant plague could stop the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. That was the truth. The Righteous Qi Alliance's GU immortals could not believe it, but they had to admit it. Shen Tsung Sheng said some insightful words, "Now that things have come to this, I can also see some clues. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounder. This compound killer move contains the profundities of poison path, wood path, refinement path, food path, and enslavement path. He ingeniously combined the specialties of these paths together. And us. If he only cultivated one school of thought, he would at most cultivate two. We cultivate poison path, we don't know about wood path. We cultivate wood path, we don't know about food path. With so many paths, even if we work together, we cannot resolve the ant plague quickly." Even now, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague contained heaven path profundities. However, there had never been a heaven path cultivator in history, so it was normal that the Righteous Qi Alliance did not discover it. How can there be such a person who cultivates all paths? Speaking of which, spectral soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent hundreds of thousands of years to refine a single rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus GU. They actually lost it. Fang Yuan got a huge bargain. Creating compound killer moves is as easy as drinking water to him. After a period of time, I'm afraid that there will be new methods appearing. That fiend only used a single move, and we're already in a terrible predicament. There's nothing we can do about it. Why does our Eastern Sea have to be the first to deal with the #1 demon in the world? The Righteous Qi Alliance could not find a way out, they vented their pressure with words, they felt more disdain towards Spectral Soul, more hatred towards Fang Yuan, and even more wariness towards him, they felt like crying about their own fate. In that case, let's fight them. Qi ancestors' battle intent surged, he said with a firm tone. Lord Alliance leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet. Immediately, a GU immortal persuaded. Qi ancestor sighed, these days, our Righteous Qi Alliance has suffered huge losses, if we continue like this, we will fall into that scoundrel Fang Yuan's trap. If we delay any longer, we will not have the strength to fight anymore. These last days, the GU immortals of the two heavens had suffered huge losses. In Eastern Sea's righteous path, Shen clan, Cai clan, and Ruolai clan had the greatest losses. As for the other clans, even though the ant plague had spread to them, it had only just started. Thus, most of the righteous path clans did not want to fight yet. Chapter 21-23. We still have hope. We are not at the end of the line yet. That's right. Even though we have gathered many GU immortal elites, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use. With the contents of these true inheritances, we can exchange them and find a way to resolve the ant plague. Chi-Si ancestor was silent for a long time before nodding. The current situation is very serious. I believe everyone knows it even without me saying it. Thus, when you contribute your true inheritances, please show me your sincerity. If anyone hides anything, don't blame me for upholding justice. As long as we can resolve the ant plague, the entire Righteous Chi Alliance will benefit. All of the clans will be compensated for their efforts. I believe that the contribution board will be the best answer. To resolve the ant plague, all of the clans started to contribute. Hua clan took out the Snake Venom Chi Thread True Inheritance, Nangong clan took out the Supreme Profound True Inheritance, Xie clan took out the Remnant Leaf True Inheritance, Su clan took out the Big Belly True Inheritance. Originally, even though the Righteous Chi Alliance's contribution board was created, there were not many names on it. Earlier, Chi-Si ancestor had asked the clans to exchange their inheritances and killer moves, but these exchanges were superficial. Who would take out their own unique inheritance to exchange for no reason? But now, the situation was completely different. Not only did the contribution board increase in numbers, the competition for the rankings was also very intense. Changes were happening frequently. Different inheritances had different values, they were all high and low, normal people could not evaluate them. But Chi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, because they shared the same attainment level, he had high standards, his evaluation of the inheritances was very appropriate. Even if one side was dissatisfied, Chi-Si ancestor would gather the immortals to discuss it. Each time, Chi-Si ancestor's evaluation would convince all of the GU immortals present. The more times this happened, the more Chi-Si ancestor's reputation rose. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance was filled with admiration towards Chi-Si ancestor's knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really going to hand over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance. Think about it, back then, we spent so much effort to obtain Ascending Heaven Plane and this true inheritance. Song clan's GU immortals found Song Chi Yuan unwillingly. Song Chi Yuan sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Don't you all know the current situation? This situation is no longer within our control. Everyone knows that we've obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance. There have long been calls for our clan to contribute this true inheritance. Being able to drag this long was already his limit. Now that the Xia clan has offered the Smelting True Inheritance and the Tang clan has offered the 10,000 Fusion True Inheritance, it would be inexcusable for our clan to not offer the Tian Nan inheritance. Everyone is staring at us. Who will let us go?" Song clan's GU immortals were silent. The situation had unknowingly collapsed. At first, the intentions of the various families were good. In order to avoid a war as much as possible, and also to deal with the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were related to wood path, food path and others, they were not important and their value was not high. However, the value was not high, and there would definitely be differences between them. Some people were high, while others were low. If it wasn't obvious, then so be it. Yet, there was such a contribution ranking that listed everyone's contributions. When the families at the front of the queue saw this, they naturally felt that it was unfair. Why are we contributing so much? Why are the others contributing so little? Let's not talk about other things, just this clan, doesn't it have that so-called true inheritance? Why don't we contribute? Look at us, we are even contributing this so-called true inheritance. Because of this, The people at the back of the contribution ranking could only take out some inheritances. This way, the people at the back of the contribution ranking would become the ones at the front. They would feel that it was unfair. If they were still at the back, they would be mocked by the people at the front. They would be urged and even have some insulting words. Your so-and-so clan only has this much foundation. You can't even take out anything. You still have the face to call yourself a super clan. GU immortals were astute. When they took out their inheritances, they would think, take out something of equivalent value, as long as the ranking was about the same. But how could that be possible? There were so many rankings on the contribution ranking. What standard could you use to feel that it was about the same? Often, GU immortals would feel that it was about the same, but others would feel that they were far from it. Even if everyone was satisfied for now, don't forget who was the expert who judged the inheritance's value. Chi-Si ancestor was trying to mediate in the middle. He was trying to create trouble. Thus, the clans competed and mocked each other. The competition became more intense. The higher the value of the inheritances each clan took out, the more pained they felt, the more they disliked the clans at the back of the contribution ranking. Thus, the situation went out of control. The clans had no choice but to take out their top inheritances. Song clan was not the first. But Tien Nan's true inheritance was already a thorn in everyone's side. I have already handed over so-and-so's true inheritance. Why is your Song clan still holding on to Tien Nan's true inheritance? My clan has sacrificed so much, we need to make Song clan sacrifice some as well. Song clan's Tien Nan's true inheritance has a huge value. Using this chance, we can obtain it openly. It is easy and we have the right to do so. This is great. The clans did not lack GU immortals. GU immortals were also astute. The contribution of true inheritances became a political struggle of competing, suppressing, and restraining. The righteous Qi alliance was hurting each other. The one who benefited the most was the high and mighty Chi-Si ancestor. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tien Nan's true inheritance, he even obtained several other refinement path inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances. His eyes shined. Undeniably, Eastern Sea was rich. These superforces also had deep accumulations. They definitely had more good things, but this time, they did not need to take them out. If they continued to provoke them, it would be as bad as going too far. What made the righteous Qi alliance feel slightly gratified was that the clans had paid such a huge price. They finally had some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, they had a method to stop the ant plague's development. It was still effective to work together. Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, but with the combined efforts of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. It was impossible to destroy the righteous path of a region with just one killer move. Any killer move was an inanimate object, it would have flaws. Thus, GU immortals continued to modify them. Fang Yuan did not place any hopes on this. His true goal was to obtain refinement path inheritances. The other inheritances were just supplementary. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become a venerable to have a qualitative change, to be able to fight against Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sunday. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch things like Tien Nan's inheritance. His current battle strength was above the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But firstly, the efficiency was too low. How could it be faster and more convenient than asking them to hand it over voluntarily? Secondly, the true inheritance's contents would also be destroyed. There was a risk. Thirdly, it would waste Fang Yuan's energy and time. It would delay Fang Yuan's progress and cause Fang Yuan's luck to be depleted. The clans all had deep foundations and enormous luck. If he fought with them, Fang Yuan's luck would be wasted. And in this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would have to face Venerable level enemies. The safest way was to conserve his battle strength and not waste it. This was also one of the main reasons why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. The contents of Tien Nan's inheritance were soon learned by Fang Yuan's main body. Among all the inheritances contributed by the righteous Qi alliance members, Tien Nan's inheritance was still the most valuable. Thus, on the current contribution board, Song clan was ranked first. Old eccentric Tian Nan had described his grand and insane scheme in this inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial 2 heavens and even the 5 regions, turning them into his external immortal aperture. Undeniably, he failed. Even Venerables could only refine Tao marks of specific paths in the outside world. But old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Tao marks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, in theory, this was completely possible. Wasn't Jiyu cultivation about refining all kinds of Tao marks or great Tao fragments? The biggest obstacle in front of old eccentric Tian Nan was Heaven Tao. He found that no matter what he did, he could not refine Heaven Path Tao marks. Eventually, he thought of an extremely risky method, but he failed. In history, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. He failed in his attempt to refine the sky. Someone once said that those who were half a step ahead of an era were geniuses, those who were 1 step ahead of an era were lunatics. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. Over 2 million years passed. As time progressed, a person appeared and solved old eccentric Tian Nan's greatest problem. That was limitless demon Venerable. He succeeded in refining the Heaven Tao. After another million years, Paradise Earth immortal Venerable entered crazed demon cave to explore. He obtained limitless demon Venerable's method in this aspect. Indeed, this was unrestrained heavenly mark. The unrestrained heavenly mark killer move that Lu Wei-yin taught Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth had only modified it. His source was limitless. What surprised Fang Yuan was that this Tian Nan true inheritance also contained reckless savage demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that reckless savage demon Venerable had also obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance in ascending heaven plane. Even though he learned the contents of the true inheritance, he did not destroy it. Instead, he strengthened it so that it could be passed down to future generations. In his later years, reckless savage demon Venerable returned here and added some of his refinement path insights into this Tian Nan inheritance. This old man Tian Nan is really daring. Speaking of which, if he could really refine the Heaven Tao, that would be too awesome. Unfortunately, refinement path is not suitable for me. I still like to clash with my body. But I can make use of those remaining beast men. Didn't they want to use food path methods to turn the tables? Hehe, wishful thinking. They think I did not discover it. Isn't that the gluttonous demon frog? Using these notes, Fang Yuan was able to unravel a layer of the fog of history in front of him. In history, reckless savage demon Venerable made use of the remaining beast men to create reckless savage grotto heaven in his later years. He also left behind reckless savage's true inheritance. Chapter 21-24. Intense winds were howling in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was flying rapidly in immemorial white heaven. He was invisible, and when others looked from the outside, they could only see a blurry silhouette moving rapidly. The only special thing was that there was a clear high temperature on his path, but it was soon blown away by the wind. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he had to be careful. If he acted arrogantly, he would attract the attention of immemorial desolate beasts. Especially those fire path immemorial desolate beasts, they were very interested in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had his own methods, but he did not have the mood to look for trouble now. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he needed to plan carefully and make preparations in advance. Fire Plane Grotto Lord returned to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as he inspected himself. The ant plague in his body was already suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had suffered from this disaster long ago. The GU immortals inside were naturally infected by this vicious method. Poison Path was contagious and concealed. It was reasonable for the Righteous Chi Alliance to invite Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is finally under control, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a large amount of contribution points to save it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was deeply worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven suffered huge losses this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest Fire Beard grassland was completely destroyed. It had turned into ruins. The Fire Beard grass that had abundant life force was gone. Even its roots that were hidden in the soil were gone. The vermilion flame wolves and red-bearded horses that lived in the grassland were almost wiped out. The ant plague was rampant, devouring these wolves and horses, not even their bones were left. Our clan's losses are already so severe, but we still have to fork out a huge sum of money for disaster relief. Fire Plain Grotto Lord frowned deeply. The Righteous Chi Alliance's members had paid such a huge price to finally have some results. They could suppress lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Even blood brothers had to settle their debts, not to mention a shallow alliance like the Righteous Chi Alliance. In order to survive and resist the powerful Fang Yuan, Wu Shui, and the variant Human Alliance, they had no choice but to create the Righteous Chi Alliance. Since the Eastern Sea's righteous path had paid a huge price, they naturally wouldn't hand over the fruits of their labor for free. According to the rules of the Righteous Chi Alliance, the Fire Plain Cave Master would first have to offer up a large number of resources or valuable true teachings in exchange for contributions, and then these contributions would be used to save the Fire Plain Cave. But if he didn't do that, what else could he do? The Fire Plain Grotto Master sighed deeply in his heart. He was full of worries about the present and the future. This is only the first time that Devil, Fang Yuan, has made a move. I'm afraid that this is just a test, but it has already caused great damage to our clan. I'm sure he'll do it a second and a third time. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and can annex rank 8 Grotto Heavens. The Grotto Heavens of the Alien Alliance were decreasing one by one. During this period of time, he had devoured many of them. My clan's Fire Plain Heavenly Abode is definitely his prey. No, to be more precise, all the Grotto Heavens in the Black and White Heavens have already become his food. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing other Grotto Heavens. The Alien Alliance had already been subdued by him. They could only watch as their Grotto Heavens were devoured, unable to do anything to Fang Yuan. Many of them were resentful that their homeland was annexed by Fang Yuan, but they did not dare to voice their anger. The annexation of Grotto Heavens could not be concealed, the commotion was too great. Thus, the Fire Plain Grotto Master and the rest knew about this. The enemy is too strong, the Righteous Chi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. They cannot win, their only advantage is in management. Fire Plain Grotto Master analyzed. The Grotto Heavens of the two heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had already reached their current state, their potential for development had been exhausted. But Eastern Sea was vast. Even if these Grotto Heavens were added together, they could not compare to Eastern Sea's vastness and wealth. This advantage was the Righteous Chi Alliance's confidence in resisting the Alien Alliance. After all, even though the latter occupied Xia Clan's territory, it was only a corner of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous Chi Alliance had a clear advantage. We have this advantage. Fang Yuan also saw this, so he used a compound killer move to weaken us. He will not stop using his methods. By then, all of us GU immortals in the two heavens will be his main targets. Sigh. When will this day come to an end? Suddenly, the scene in front of Fire Plain Grotto Master changed drastically. Blue fog appeared around him, shrouding him. Fire Plain Grotto Master quickly stopped moving, activating his defensive and investigative methods. But at the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who dares to attack a member of my Righteous Chi Alliance? Come out, don't play tricks. Fire Plain Grotto Master shouted. However, the only response he got was a burst of childish laughter. The laughter surrounded Fire Plain Grotto Master. Even this rank 8 GU immortal could not tell where the voice came from. Suddenly, a child silently sneaked out from the blue mist that filled the sky. He stretched out a chubby hand, quickly reaching towards Fire Plain Grotto Master's back. Fire Plain Grotto Master had already activated his investigative killer move. Even though this killer move's investigative range was suppressed by the battlefield killer move to less than half of its original range. But it was enough for Fire Plain Grotto Master to discover the child's attack. However, Fire Plain Grotto Master was too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plain Grotto Master grunted. He was hit. Bam! At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Master attacked fiercely. Sparks flew as the mysterious child exploded on the spot. The child died without any flesh or blood. He turned back into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is created from the battlefield. Thankfully, his attacks are not strong. My defensive killer move has also been suppressed. It is not even half as strong as before. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to feel anxious. He had to break this battlefield killer move as soon as possible. Even if he could not, he had to create an opening to ask for help. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to use his methods to attack the surroundings, trying to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were useless. The surrounding blue fog seemed to be endless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were male and female, all with blue pupils. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master and continued to attack. Fire Plane Grotto Master could clearly sense their appearance, but he could not kill them in advance. They could only hit him each time. This battlefield seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is affecting my thoughts, causing me to be a step slower each time. I cannot attack in advance and stop them by killing. Fire Plane Grotto Master was thinking when his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that a fire path immortal GU in his immortal aperture was stolen by the mysterious child. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly attacked this child, but the surrounding blue fog surged and swept away the exposed fire path immortal GU. Fire Plane Grotto Master chased for a while but could not find it. Oh no! This battlefield is theft path. These mysterious children's attacks can steal the immortal GU in my immortal aperture. I cannot stay here for long. There is great danger. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Master felt that even though these mysterious children could not be defended against, their attacks were not strong, he could last for a long time. But after this change, the Fire Plane Cave Master was horrified. All the hair on his body stood up, and his expression became extremely ugly. He also had a rather bad guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of Theft Path and Wisdom Path. It definitely includes Theft Path and Wisdom Path. I have never heard of such a compound killer move. If this is a new killer move, then the killer move's owner is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Master thought of a name. His heart shook uncontrollably. Just this name made him break out in cold sweat. He thought that he had guessed wrongly, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Fate was so cruel. Guyue, Fang Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Master sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan blankly with a pale expression. The number one demon of the current era had appeared in front of him with a smile. This is my new killer move. How is its quality? Fire Plane Grotto Master, hand over your immortal GU and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. I will allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog surrounded him, making his smile seem somewhat eerie. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's latest creation. Fang Yuan had extended his demonic claws into the domain of battlefield killer moves. It was very effective. This time, the killer move used Sneak Attack Immortal GU as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move of Wisdom Path, Theft Path, Refinement Path, Time Path, and other paths. This time, after obtaining Fire Plane Grotto Master's root from Qi Ancestor, Fang Yuan had been waiting. He used this method to see the effect of this new killer move. Guyue, Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Your request, let me think about it. Fire Plane Grotto Master's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head. But at the next moment, from Fire Plane Grotto Master's body, a blazing red flame burst out. Immortal killer move, Furious Red Heart Flame. Fang Yuan. Within the flame, Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted, "Don't force me. With just a thought, my GU worms and the resources in my immortal aperture will be burned by this flame. Let me go. Let me live. Let me leave this battlefield. Only then can I give my GU worms to you." Fire Plane Grotto Master had a twisted expression. He knew Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. He was trying to use this method to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "You think I care about your immortal GU? Or the resources in your immortal aperture? Hee, go ahead and burn them. If you can burn your entire immortal aperture, I will show you how capable you are." Fang Yuan, however, did not make a move personally. His figure dissipated in the vast blue fog. Soon after, a large number of blue-eyed children came out one after another, continuously attacking the Fire Plane Cave Master. Chapter 21-25. The empty immortal aperture floated in the air. Before it could open and absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan grabbed it. This was an immortal killer move. It could capture and relocate the immortal aperture. It originated from blazing heaven demoness flaming hand killer move. As for now, this method had already been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose sharply and its effect became even more shocking. Next, Fang Yuan stopped the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and attracted many ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. He was not good at it. After arriving at a safe corner, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It was attached to the 2 heavens and would not fall into the 5 regions. The grotto heaven's entrance opened and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi. It quickly settled down and stabilized at this spot. Fang Yuan did not move forward. He only sent his subordinates in his immortal aperture to search the grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had annexed some grotto heavens during this period of time. His Dao marks had increased greatly. If he entered this unstable grotto heaven, it would definitely explode. Not long after, his subordinates returned. They did not bring back immortal GU and few immortal materials. Flames are burning everywhere. Everything has been destroyed. Only these are left. Please forgive us, Master. The newly born heavenly spirit is also actively destroying everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession of that rank 8 GU immortal. The subordinate GU immortal reported. Fang Yuan did not care. He let them return to the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan started to forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling, Fang Yuan had methods to suppress it. He had already modified them into compound killer moves. The domain that Fang Yuan modified into compound killer moves could only be used in normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When activating normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, the GU worms used were all in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the support of unrestrained heavenly mark, the power of compound killer moves could be unleashed. Ancient battle formations, current GU formations, and immortal GU houses all used GU worms in the outside world. Without the unrestrained heavenly mark environment, even if these methods were modified into compound killer moves, they had no practical value. Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens as he recalled the previous battlefield compound killer moves. This killer moves offense was not enough. Its strength lay in the cooperation between wisdom path and theft path. But in practice, this battlefield killer moves effect was not very good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was only an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal, but Fang Yuan had only stolen one immortal GU from him. Immortal GU were too easy to destroy. A GU immortal could self-destruct with just a thought. Even if Fang Yuan used his wisdom path methods to their limits, he could only disrupt the speed of a rank 8's thoughts. He could not obstruct all of his thoughts. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step. Unless there was a huge gap in strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 GU immortal after all. He had dense Dao marks, he had a natural defense. Furthermore, he had a proper defensive killer move. In all of history, there were almost no wisdom path GU immortals who could do this to other rank 8 GU immortals. If one were to count, Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader Mai, and the Steward had such achievements. Many of them had special situations that could not be replicated, but there were only 5 of them. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not one of them. Of course, it was unknown whether she could do it or not. After all, there were no clear records in history. This showed that to completely suppress the thoughts of a rank 8 GU immortal and make them unable to resist, even if it was for a short period of time, it was extremely difficult. The strongest method that Wisdom Path GU immortals used against their enemies was emotion. Thoughts, wills, emotions, these were the 3 elements of Wisdom Path cultivation. This way, Fang Yuan's compound battlefield killer move was not very practical. Fang Yuan needed to modify it further. Even the best theory needed to be tested in practice. Like a combat system. It was rather difficult to build a combat system behind closed doors for no reason. There needed to be strong and qualified opponents, or an intense battle of life and death to test whether a combat system was good or not. Thus, while Fang Yuan was thinking about his combat system, he felt gratitude towards Duke Long, Spectral Soul, and the others. Precisely because of them, Fang Yuan had the standard to evaluate and create his combat system. After devouring this rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose by a large amount. Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, he continued to act. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Immortal Killer Move Heaven Form. Fang Yuan opened a huge passageway to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. The heavenly spirit of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment, the rabbit heavenly spirit had become muddle-headed. But at this moment, it suddenly jumped around and screamed in fear. The GU immortals in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven saw this. They were all shocked and bewildered. The heavenly spirit is muddle-headed, but the previous Grotto Heaven lords used the killer move Mortal Fire and Smoke to burn it. Compared to the other Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirits, it still has a trace of clarity. As long as the Grotto Heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will become restless and use this abnormality to warn us. When the ant plague occurs, the heavenly spirit will feel uneasy. In the Grotto Heaven's history, there have been several disasters. They were either immemorial desolate beast attacks or huge fires that caused the heavenly spirit to feel uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit so restless. It is jumping around and shouting until its voice is hoarse. The more Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals looked at the heavenly spirit, the more uneasy they felt. The heavenly spirit became even more berserk, its face was filled with fear, it even started to bang its head on a pillar. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit. No matter how much it slammed the pillar, it would not faint. Quickly investigate. We need to find out what the danger is. This danger is too great. It might cause our Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to be doomed. Quickly contact the Grotto Heaven Lord, only he can make such a huge decision. Will the ant plague continue to erupt? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's GU immortals were very anxious. They quickly took action. Oh no. Lord Grotto Heaven Lord Soul Lantern GU is extinguished. His life tablet GU is also destroyed. What? How can this be? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals were stunned. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used heaven form. He did not want to conceal it, he used it openly. If Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was still around, he could use the Grotto Heaven's terrain to resist Fang Yuan and hold on for some time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was dead. Fang Yuan, it is Fang Yuan. Seeing the figure outside the hole, many Fire Plane Grotto Heaven GU immortals wanted to cry. How did we offend this demon? Even more GU immortals had pale expressions, their bodies were shivering. Grotto Heaven Lord is dead, it is likely this demon Fang Yuan's doing. What should we do? Everyone, we have already asked for reinforcements from the Righteous Chi Alliance. Now is the time for us to fight with our lives on the line. This is our home, we were born, we grew up in this place, our family and friends live here. We cannot retreat. We can't give up our homeland and let that devil devour it. After the immortals panicked, they mobilized their battle intent. They united and resisted Fang Yuan together. It is a pity that I cannot go in now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, looking at the huge hole created by heaven form. He could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks on him, according to his estimation. Even this Fire Plane Grotto Heaven could not hold them. As long as Fang Yuan went in, the conflicting Dao marks would cause countless cracks to appear in this Grotto Heaven. The fire path Dao marks would be repelled and scattered. Seeing that the Fire Plane GU immortals were determined to fight to the death, they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he opened his immortal aperture. At the next moment, with Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the rest at the lead, the GU immortals flew out of the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture. attacking Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. The two GU immortals engaged in an intense battle. At once, flames flew everywhere, lightning rumbled. Figures flew around in the sky, splitting and regrouping, the air exploded, killer moves bloomed like fireworks, the lives of the GU immortals who were caught in the dazzling scene dissipated. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand, profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress, her 2 arms were white as snow, the other 6 arms were translucent pink, they were formed from the killer move. The profound sound was graceful, attacking in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin arrived, she created a huge battlefield, trapping the 3 rank 7 experts of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 GU immortals were still at a disadvantage. There was a reason why Fairy Miao Yin did not hesitate to expend her Primeval essence to fight so desperately. She had once been captured by Shadow Sect, she had no choice but to cooperate and provide clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Her attitude was in stark contrast to Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan's side, she had been suppressing her anger, she wanted to perform well and make up for her previous mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform, the other GU immortals also had the same thought. Bing Yuan led the Snowman GU immortals, using Frost Chi to attack the enemies. Shizong commanded the Rockman GU immortals to summon a large number of meteors, causing the enemies to be distracted. Inkman GU immortal Motan Sang also cultivated Chi Path, he waved his hands with vast Chi currents, he attacked with great force, the Fire Plane GU immortals were unable to maintain their formation. In comparison, the Hairy Man GU immortals were slightly weaker. After all, almost all of the Hairy Man GU immortals cultivated Path. But there was no lack of eye-catching performances. For example, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hair was like golden threads, he held a large hammer and charged forward like a fierce general, he had a fierce aura and raised morale. Hair Monster Grotto Lord was covered in black hair, he activated the incomplete Immortal GU House Black Emperor building and charged forward, he had already crushed a Fire Plane Grotto Heaven GU Immortal to death. Their Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and Hair Monster Grotto Heaven had already been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 21-26. There were also Mushroom Man GU immortals. Even though Fang Yuan had not annexed the Mushroom Man blessed land yet, most of these Mushroom Men were moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The strongest Mushroom Man GU immortal was Kushin Hong, his poison path methods were extraordinary. A moment later, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's side started to crumble. Not only did they not have as many people as Fang Yuan's subordinates, their rank 7 experts were also inferior to Fang Yuan's subordinates. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased and killed many of the Fire Plane GU immortals. Eventually, the remaining few GU immortals lost their morale, they wanted to surrender but were killed by Fang Yuan's orders. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven focused on Fire Path, most of the immortal materials were Fire Path as well. Even though many were lost due to the Ant Plague, because the Grotto Heaven's GU immortals tried their best to preserve them, there were still many valuable resources left. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes, they were scattered all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was clearly planned meticulously, there were many advantages to it. Fang Yuan had once created a charcoal lake, but his charcoal lake could not even compare to one of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's. These charcoal lakes were self-circulating, especially the depths of the lakes, they could produce large amounts of immortal material fire charcoal rocks. Other than the charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Fang Yuan also found several ancient desolate plant giant calamity blazing trees. This number of burning trees made it hard for living beings to get close to them. More importantly, these giant calamity blazing trees would bring countless misfortune to living beings that got close to them. This was a combination of Fire Path and Luck Path immortal material. The two heavens Grotto Heavens under Fang Yuan had more or less Luck Path immortal materials. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was no exception, it also had Luck Path immortal materials. Other than these, Fang Yuan also obtained a large number of flames. Most of them were date flames. These flames were red in color, they were grouped together and were very restrained. Even though they were immortal materials, even mortals could hold them with their bare hands, they would not be burned to ashes by the flames. Other than the date flame, there was also the phoenix cry flame, the black lantern flame, the ivory flame, the firefly flame, the flying flame, the dancing dragon snake flame, and so on. What made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed was that although there were many fire GU materials, there were no rank 9 heaven, earth, and human fires. The so-called heaven, earth, and human fires were the best of the best. They were the heaven fire bright radiance wheel fire, the earth fire azure spirit stone furnace fire, and the human fire raging waves rising dragon fire. After calculating the immortal materials, they started to calculate the immortal GU. There were few immortal GU gains, only 3. A fire path immortal GU, it was heavily injured, it was a GU worm that was released outside, Bing Yuan managed to obtain it by luck. The other 2 were immortal GU, one had a metallic luster, it was as large as a hill and looked like red copper. The other was as small as a finger, and its body was greatly elongated. It was as soft as a long strip of white flour. The red copper immortal ant could shoot out fireballs, while the white-faced immortal ant could produce a large number of ants. These were the products of lingering poisonous ant plague. The ants devoured the GU materials in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, they would continue to refine themselves. Originally a mortal GU, it could eventually be refined into an immortal GU. But as for what kind of immortal GU it was, even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. But from these 2 ants, he could vaguely see their original appearance. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant. The arrow ant could shoot out spikes from its mouth. After shooting out 3 spikes, the arrow ant would become extremely weak, it could not even defeat a worker ant. The white-faced immortal ant should be an ant queen. The ant queen was huge, it had no offensive or defensive abilities, but it could quickly eliminate worker ants, soldier ants, arrow ants, armor ants, and many other ants. Army ants were vicious insects in essence, but their strength could be raised, from ordinary beast level to beast king level, to desolate beast level, ancient desolate beast level, and finally immemorial desolate beast level. Like the dark web spiders in the river of time, they were immemorial desolate beasts. The tiger-striped bees recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu were also immemorial desolate beasts. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, the lingering poisonous and plagues ants had undergone a qualitative change, they had all become GU worms. Even though GU worms ate food, they were carriers of Dao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant GU far surpassed an ordinary insect ant. These ant GU were all strong, they had vigorous life force and were aggressive. 100 ant GU could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most GU worms were very fragile, they could be crushed with a pinch. But there were some GU worms that had hard shells and strong life force. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Fang Yuan had once used. The chainsaw golden centipede had 2 main paths of advancement. One was the rank 4 lightning tooth killer centipede, the other was the Vajra flying centipede, it had ranks 3, 4, and 5. When GU masters activated these 2, GU worms would fly out, the former would kill the enemy, while the latter would pierce through the skin and bones, drilling into the body to wreak havoc. At immortal GU level, there were also such GU worms. For example, the sword-legged dragon centipede GU. The rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede GU was 7 li long, it had the body of a centipede and the head of a dragon. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Wu Shuai raised the essence of army ants from insects to GU, it greatly expanded their potential. But this method had a huge flaw. The first flaw was that the expenditure was too high. Originally, insects and ants only needed to pay some resources to reproduce. But now, to create GU ants, they needed to expend GU materials to refine them. Other than that, GU ants also needed to be fed. The cost of feeding GU worms was many times higher than feeding insects and ant. The second floor was rank 6 and above. Because immortal GU were unique, there could be many desolate beast-level ants of the same species, but immortal GU were unique, there could only be one immortal GU. If there were not many immortal GU, the army ants would instead have the essence of the previous insect group, they would be easier to form and be superior. However, if I use this method, the new army ants will also have a certain scale. Fang Yuan observed the red copperfire ant and white-faced queen ant as he pondered. These two ants were indeed immortal GU, but Fang Yuan could not replicate them, he did not know the specific immortal GU recipe. These ant GU devoured GU materials and even immortal materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to advance. The scale of the ant plague was huge, it spread throughout the whole of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, but only 2 immortal GU ants were produced. Lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundities, it was the peak of the current hairy man nature GU refinement method. Nature GU refinement method used the natural Tao marks of the outside world to assist in the GU refinement, it greatly increased the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in nature GU refinement method had already surpassed long hair ancestor. These ants were able to advance not only because of the GU materials from the outside world, but also because Fang Yuan expended his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long hair ancestor did not have unrestrained heavenly marks. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of immortal GU ants. As long as the number is large and the resources are expended, there will be an endless supply of ants. Even though immortal GU are unique, having red copper fire ant does not mean I cannot produce red copper water ant, golden fire ant, and other GU. As long as there was a slight difference, the immortal GU would be different too. Fang Yuan deduced, he felt that the crucial obstacle was not the uniqueness of immortal GU, but the resources. Using this method to nurture immortal GU ants would expend too much resources. To refine 2 rank 6 immortal GU, red copper fire ant and white-faced ant queen, the resources used in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven were enough to create more than 10 rank 7 immortal GU. The resource utilization was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal GU, there were also some GU cultivation inheritances among the spoils of battle. The most valuable was Fire Plane True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain it from Fire Plane Grotto Lord, he had the original copy in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Fire Plane True Inheritance was a high-grade Fire Path True Inheritance. One of its killer moves, Furious Red Heart Flame, was very profound. It was the move that Fire Plane Grotto Lord had used earlier to force Fang Yuan to let him go, but in the end, he committed suicide. There was also the Human World Fireworks. It was a fire path killer move that simulated the effect of human path. It was very valuable to Fang Yuan. Master, what do we do with these people? A subordinate GU immortal asked. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a human grotto heaven, over 100 million pure humans lived here. If they were moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be huge. Fang Yuan thought about it and ordered plainly, kill them all, use them to create human sea. Thereupon, the variant human GU immortals took action, starting a bloody and merciless massacre. Over 100 million humans were slaughtered, their bones, flesh, organs, human souls, and others were all gathered and sorted into the same type of GU materials before being moved into the sovereign immortal aperture's treasury. Their human chi was all absorbed by human sea. This artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained by Fang Yuan from Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these GU immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change, its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's GU material treasury was already filled to the brim, more than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini red heaven is almost full. The entire sovereign immortal aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time, he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, GU immortals cultivated one path, their immortal aperture had a single environment, it was easy to manage. Most GU immortals did not have large apertures, space path GU immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths, his immortal aperture's environment was very complex, resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest, it was unprecedented, even a Venerable's grotto heaven might not be as big as it. Chapter 21-27. Fire path resources could not be too close to water path resources. If they were too close, they would affect each other, not only would their production decrease, they might even perish. But it was not good to gather all the fire path and water path resources together. Because the fire path resource points affected each other, they were not all living in harmony. Moreover, there were many immortal materials, like giant disaster blazing wood, which had fire path and luck path Dao marks. Many GU cultivation resources had 2 or more types of Dao marks. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a large area of ordinary GU materials to be produced. Some resources required special wind and water to be watered. There were also resources that could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. For example, frost ice flame needed to produce a fire path immortal material from a place with dense ice and snow Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foresight, long ago, when he annexed immortal apertures, he split them up and distributed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was imitating the structure of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini southern border was mountainous, Fang Yuan placed his earth path resources there. Or for example, Mini red heaven was fire path, Fang Yuan placed most of his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could feel the profundity of the 5 regions and 9 heavens structure now. According to this structure, he could divide the resources into different categories, it could reduce the amount of deductions he had to make, he could easily control the negative effects of these resource points. But it was far from enough. Every time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, the Dao marks of a certain path would increase sharply. The increase in Dao marks would last for a long time, it would affect the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The last time he annexed Qi Xiong's Qi Si grotto heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture's Qi path Dao marks increased sharply, Qi currents were produced everywhere in the immortal aperture. There was the most heaven and earth Qi, the sovereign immortal aperture did not need to open its entrance to absorb heaven and earth Qi from the outside world. Next were profound yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, earth Qi, astral Qi, tyrannical Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid life Qi, automold Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. The empty areas of the sovereign immortal aperture would gradually produce resources. First, mortal GU materials, after accumulating, the quantity would trigger a qualitative change, turning into immortal GU materials. These resources were naturally formed because of the Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, reaching its current 80% development. In addition to producing resources, the surge in Dao marks would also have an impact on the existing resources. This time, after Fang Yuan devoured Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and the others, his fire path Dao marks increased by a large amount, the temperature of the entire immortal aperture rose. Many water path and wood path resource points would be greatly impacted. The metal Dao was austere. If the Dao marks increased explosively, it would quickly produce large amounts of minerals in the soil, causing the soil to deteriorate and affecting the forest above. The number of water path Dao marks increased, the amount of rain increased, and if the rain continued, it might even form a huge flood. With the increase in poison path Dao marks, some viruses and plagues that were previously limited to a small area would now erupt violently and spread rapidly, covering a large area. With the increase of transformation path Dao marks, many life forms started to mutate, their forms and temperament would change, causing their original race to suffer a calamity. Thus, recently, the sovereign immortal aperture was not peaceful. From time to time, strange things would happen. For example, not long ago, Yu Chen Feng had appeared in the small eastern sea. The Chen Feng blew dust everywhere, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But within the range of the Chen Feng, these sea areas did not need islands. The earth path Dao marks on the islands would obstruct and suppress the waves, while the soul path Dao marks on the islands would kill the weak life forms in the sea area, gradually forming soul beasts and changing the ecology. Fang Yuan first suspected two neighboring sea areas. They were at the center of the Chen Feng Sea. They were the biggest suspects for the formation of the Chen Feng Sea. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the two sea areas were very far away from each other. Their Dao marks interacted with each other. It was as if they were resonating with each other, creating the Chen Feng Sea between the two. As for wild beasts that mutated, beast groups that were heavily injured, plagues that spread wildly, or veins that invaded the Rockman's territories, forests that caught on fire for no reason, icebergs that fell from the sky, and so on, they were all happening one after another. The GU immortals who were defending their respective areas were extremely busy. They took action everywhere to make up for the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently. He set up immortal formations around the important resource points. It was like he was patching them up. The unstable factors caused by the increase in Dao marks can only be slowly digested over time. The sovereign immortal aperture's environment will continue to change and gradually accept it. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to influence and interact with each other. But now, the sovereign immortal aperture is already 80% developed. There are too many resource points and the distance between them is too short. The interaction between them is not purely two aspects, they are all affecting each other and mixing together. What's worse is that I used time difference Grotto Heavens method to create a year essence subpool and create a time path subpool. The time flow is different in different places. It makes my deductions more complicated. If I add more immortal materials in the future, the difficulty of this deduction will increase by 100 times. It will far surpass my deduction ability. The difficulty of this deduction was increasing exponentially. Fang Yuan felt helpless. And even if I get the result, I will need to adjust the original resource points. Every adjustment is like a major surgery. It consumes a lot of resources, time, and energy. I'm afraid that 80% is my limit. After realizing this, Fang Yuan looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens and could not help but feel admiration. The space of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was much larger than the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, each of its resource points was just right. They interacted with each other in a stable and harmonious manner. Even when the 5 regional walls disappeared and the earth veins and heaven veins merged, these resource points were not affected much. They were not affected much. I understand. This is Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. He deeply understood the principle of balance in Heaven Dao. If my Heaven Dao attainment level could rise to master level, I would be able to resolve my current predicament. I would be able to continue developing the sovereign immortal aperture. It is a pity, a pity. In history, there had never been anyone who cultivated Heaven Dao. Even limitless demon Venerable who created unrestrained heavenly mark cultivated rule path. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan was likely to be the GU cultivator who had the deepest understanding of Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to check his luck. He saw that on the silver-white light pillar, there were still 3 different colored clouds. They were all getting bigger. Meanwhile, the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan had expanded by more than 4 times. Originally, it looked thin and long, but now, it was emitting a thick feeling. This was because he had just annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord all had luck, after Fang Yuan slaughtered them and annexed many Grotto Heavens, his luck was greatly expended. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover even more. According to the increase in luck, Fang Yuan was clearly superior. It seems that my strategy of resting was correct. My development has far surpassed the 3 venerables during this period of time. But Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely realized that even though his silver-white light pillar expanded by more than 4 times, it was not as condensed as before, it was very loose. The silver-white light was also not as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar expanded so much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply again and again. Other than that, I created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also refined many rank 8 immortal GU. But these things are only quantitative, there is no qualitative change, they are very loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is very unstable, the resources have not fused together yet, I only used my methods to forcefully put them together. If I am not careful, it will lead to a disaster and huge losses, causing my luck to fall. And even though I have more rank 8 immortal GU and compound killer moves, I do not have a combat system to organize them, I am unable to form a cohesive whole. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan felt the beauty of luck path cultivation again. Through luck inspection, he could not only understand his current situation, he could also find out his flaws and weaknesses. Next, he had a direction to cultivate. Fang Yuan looked at the luck of his clones. Qi-Si ancestor, Zhon Budu, Meng Qiuzhan, and the rest's luck rose slightly. Their connection with Fang Di Chang also became clearer. But Wu Shuai's and dragon luck was in a disorganized state, it was showing signs of breaking apart. What is going on? Don't tell me, after creating lingering poisonous and plague, there is a negative change. Fang Yuan quickly denied this guess, he was very puzzled. Among the doppelgangers, Wu Shuai's situation was the most stable. Qi-Si ancestor's identity was exposed. Meng Qiuzhan explored dream realms, they were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhon Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal GU master, he had no choice. The time path clone was using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal GU, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level, if there was a mishap, he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the variant human alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central continent. Deep in a cave, an elderly GU immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here, my days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a GU immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping will woke up, he looked at the elderly GU immortal. Future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, you have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly GU immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-28. The elderly GU immortal's eyelids twitched, he had already guessed it, he said, so Senior is green and ascetic, Senior's wife must be Senior Wine Fairy? The GU immortal will nodded, indeed. The elderly GU immortal let out a breath of air. To speak the truth, this junior is an Eastern Sea GU immortal, Zuixian Wang. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since the two of you passed away. The GU immortal Will was slightly dazed, sighing. So many years have passed. Back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from plundering us, we hid our inheritance in an extremely secretive manner. To think that it backfired on us, that traitorous disciple is already dead, right? After pausing for a moment, the GU immortal Will thought of something and said, wait, Zuixian Wang, put down your defensive method and let me detect your lie. How do I know that you're not a subordinate of my evil disciple and that you're here to deceive me? Zui Xianwang hesitated for a moment, but he still restrained his thoughts of directly taking action, because he did not have any confidence in the arrangements here. He told the truth, I'm not sure if Marshal Wu is dead or not. It's like this. Zuixian Wang quickly explained the current situation. Green Antacetic's consciousness was stunned again and again. How did the world become like this? Was this still the Celestial Court? Fate GU was actually destroyed. Guyue Fang Yuan. It was hard to imagine that such a great devil had actually appeared in the world. It was truly a misfortune for the common people. Green Antacetics will took a long time to accept this reality. I didn't expect a world with more than 1 million people to become like this. Fate Immortal GU was destroyed, Duke Long also lost. Whether that Wu Shuai is the reincarnation of my traitorous disciple or a clone of Fang Yuan is no longer important. Since Fang Yuan inherited the Dragon Palace, he has to bear the consequences. Green Antiseptic was determined. Then, Zui Xianwang, are you willing to deal with Fang Yuan for this legacy? Green Ants will asked one last time. Zui Xianwang remained silent for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, Junior is willing. All right, then let's set the contract first. Zui Xianwang swore an oath according to Green Ant's will. Accept this inheritance. This inheritance contains the killer move Golden Goblet Drunken Wine that the two of us created with all our effort. The Golden Goblet sinks Green Ants, Drunken Dragon Chi disperses. The army ants were created by me, and they have a weakness that I have deeply hidden. That traitorous disciple of mine did not know about it at all. As long as I use this Golden Goblet Drunkenness killer move, the army ants will fall into chaos and devour their master. Most importantly, this killer move is a food path killer move, ordinary people cannot guard against it. So Senior was already prepared. Bright light flashed in Zui Xianwang's eyes. I cannot stay here for long, Senior, please move your will into my immortal aperture, you can slowly tell me what you need to do. All right. The green ants will flew into Zui Xianwang's immortal aperture, the latter received the inheritance and immediately left. Zui Xianwang only took a quick glance at the contents of the inheritance and could not help but feel delighted. This inheritance included Green Antiseptic's Enslavement Path True Inheritance as well as Wine Fairy's Food Path True Inheritance. The Enslavement Path True Inheritance was not very valuable to Zui Xianwang, but the Yiju True Inheritance was priceless. My hard work was not in vain, I have finally repaid myself. Zui Xianwang's lips curled into a smile. But when he left this place and stepped into the outside world, his expression changed. A battlefield killer move had already been set up, it activated and enveloped Zui Xianwang. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang was shocked to find that the people surrounding him were Celestial Court GU immortals. The leading female immortal had a tall nose bridge, thin lips and long eyes, she wore golden armor and had long legs. She wore a white cloak and had a noble aura that could not be offended. She was the current leader of Celestial Court Luck Path Rank 8 Great Expert, Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang's heart fell to rock bottom, cold sweat poured out of his body. I am going to die this time. A thought flashed in his mind, Zui Xianwang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to offer up my entire inheritance to make a contribution to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling laughed heartily, saying with a heroic spirit, Green Antiseptic and Wine Fairy's inheritances are good, but is my Celestial Court greedy? We have been the leader of the righteous path for over 3 million years, the #1 superforce in the world. Since you are fated with this inheritance, it is yours. If you are willing, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air, taking out a cushion, a tea table, and a cup. Zui Xianwang braced himself and sat down. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, but Zui Xianwang's heart was as cold as ice, his body was shivering as cold sweat accumulated. What kind of person was Qin Ding Ling? She actually treated an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like Zui Xianwang with such respect. She was so courteous, her motive was definitely not small. Please have a drink. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand and smiled. Zui Xianwang braced himself and took a sip before putting down the teacup, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, I wonder what Lady Qin Ding Ling wants. The smile at the corner of Qin Ding Ling's mouth widened. She slowly said, haven't you already guessed why I'm here? Zui Xianwang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic, even though the demonic path is rising and righteous path is declining, it is only temporary. Looking at the millions of years of history, the righteous path has the upper hand most of the time, the demonic path can only survive in a corner. This is a special era, there will always be some monsters causing trouble. Don't be fooled by their arrogance, they are only the pioneers of the king, they are only paving the way for venerables. Zui Xianwang lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Dingling. He placed his hands on the tea table, he clenched his fists unconsciously, his fists were covered in sweat. The situation is beyond my control, even if Qin Dingling makes any excessive requests, I will have to agree to them. Zui Xianwang sighed in his heart. Qin Dingling took out evidence. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to the Celestial Court. She will restore the might of the Celestial Court. Zui Xianwang looked at the evidence and was shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive. Qin Dingling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed, it can naturally revive the dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is an example. He has already been suppressed by my Celestial Court. Even Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive, not to mention a Venerable. My Celestial Court has 3 Venerables. Looking at the world, which superforce can match us? Zui Xianwang was dumbfounded, his heart started to race. He had already decided to agree, but seeing the evidence of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart immediately tilted towards the Celestial Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, the number 1 demon in the world, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a Venerable. In the millions of years of human history, only 10 Venerables had appeared, each of them had proven their invincibility. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-Venerables there were, they could not match a Venerable. And Celestial Court undoubtedly had the most Venerables, Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, and Genesis Lotus. Other than them, the only other superforce that had Venerables was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianwang's expression gradually calmed down. I am willing to work for Celestial Court, he said solemnly. Let's sign the alliance agreement now. Qin Dingling waved her hand. No need. What kind of person is that Fang Yuan? He can see through an ordinary alliance agreement. Moreover, you will need to join the Righteous Qi Alliance after returning to Eastern Sea. Not sign the alliance agreement. Zui Xianwang was slightly stunned. Qin Dingling continued, make a copy of the true inheritance for me. Celestial Court will try to prepare the corresponding Immortal Gu for you. Zui Xianwang was stunned again, he sighed internally, not signing the alliance agreement and giving me Immortal Gu? Qin Dingling waved her hand again, you can leave now. This subordinate will take his leave. Zui Xianwang left the battlefield killer move, feeling a little dazed. It was too unbelievable. He was free. But Zui Xianwang felt reverence. He started to revere Celestial Court from the bottom of his heart. This is the magnanimity of the number 1 superforce in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not abide by the alliance agreement. Her attitude shows that she does not care about this inheritance at all. I am just a pawn to her. If I do not abide by this agreement in the future, even if Celestial Court cannot deal with Fang Yuan, can they not deal with me? Zui Xianwang felt a chill in his heart. Looking at his departing figure, Fang Jing could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, are we letting him go just like that? If he joins Fang Yuan and betrays us, what will happen? Won't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Won't we give up on restraining Wu Shuai? Fang Jing seemed to be very familiar with the contents of the inheritance. It turned out that Celestial Court had already found out about this inheritance, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had an intuition. This intuition told her not to take the inheritance immediately, it would be better to wait for 3 days before taking it. Qin Dingling acted according to this intuition. 3 days later, she waited for Zui Xianwang. She immediately understood the meaning of her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and annexed grotto heavens, he also has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance's support, his progress is unfathomable. Making an alliance agreement with Zui Xianwang will be a huge flaw. However, while Zui Xianwang was drinking tea, I had already secretly taken action and used a method against his luck. This method will make him become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Jing was not persuaded, he insisted, even so, I think it is better to monopolize this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan in the future. Zui Xianwang is only a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. Qin Ding Ling chuckled, "You are underestimating Zui Xianwang, and also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zui Xianwang is a person who knows when to submit and when to stand tall. He is a wise man. He controls one of the 3 pools in the world, Wine Pool, and is a food path expert. This inheritance of his has been passed down steadily. His luck is very deep. Food path is about to rise, and Zui Xianwang cultivates food path. He is almost the representative of this path. This is no small matter. And this inheritance?" Qin Ding Ling shook her head. "In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not golden bottle drunken wine killer move, but that human path immortal GU recipe of the drunkard. Green and ascetic and wine fairy created this inheritance together. There was a human path immortal GU recipe. Drunkard GU, you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.